W7 Live. Softball Media Day at W7. You wouldn't know it with the weather outside, but softball season is here, and we are ready to talk softball. On with me today, first of all, I'm Greg Whipperman. Thanks for joining us, you guys. Happy softball season. Actually, there's a team playing right now, believe it or not. New London is playing right now, but they're playing I believe, in the Rhinelander Dome, so that probably doesn't really count. But we're keeping track with their game. Melinda Hull, the head coach from New London, will be joining us at noon. With us this morning is the head coach of the Lac Cardinals. It is Coach Brian Schleif. Coach, welcome to W7 Softball Media Day.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Coach, you got me? There we go.
I got you.
There we go. And, of course, Connor Du Bois joining, the voice of W7 North. Connor, does it feel like softball season?
It doesn't. The last time we were doing something softball related, I had the old bucket hat on, and so I think we'll bring that back for this year. But pretty safe we can save that for maybe state based on the weather right now.
Well, Coach, let's get into talking Fond du Lac softball. Let's start with last year. First of all, 12-14 last year, 7-11 in the Fox Valley, good enough for sixth place. Give me your read on last year, highlights of last year that stand out for you.
Yeah, 12-14, like you said, that was the most wins we've had since the 2019 season, and that was before I was hired as a head coach in 2020. So the program is definitely improving a little bit each year. We had 4 walk-off wins throughout the season last year, so the team definitely battled. We were very competitive in just about every game we played. We had some really nice wins over West Bend West. Early in the season, we took Kimberly to extra innings last season. You take away a few errors, we win that game. So definitely a lot of improvement. We beat Bayport at Bayport last year. Pitching staff had a couple no-hitters, and I had 2 seniors that last year that were big part of the program's success. Autumn Fry-Smooth, Jenna Gielig, they were both all conference, like I said. So it was an exciting season, definitely improvement. I started 4 or 5 freshmen throughout the year, so they got a lot of experience.
Identity-wise, Coach, I mean, what would you say the identity of the program is as far as, philosophically, like we're best known for, this thing or, whatever. What's the identity you're trying to imprint, in the program?
Just being gritty, being tough, never give up. We're definitely we have tons of athletes at Fond du Lac. It's just a matter of getting them to get the right fundamentals, and it all starts with the youth program. And I think we put a lot of work and effort into it the last 5 years. Definitely getting more kids pitching. This season I have 5, maybe 6 pitchers in between 2 teams. So the goal is to get 4 or 5 per class is the goal down the road. Kind of following blueprints of like the power programs in the FEA, the Kimberleys, the Hortonvilles, Kakana, obviously. So just putting a lot of work into that. So.
Yeah, you mentioned the conference and, of course, how difficult it is. I mean, the Fox Valley is not a walk in the park in any sport, let alone softball. A lot of great softball being played in the Fox Valley area, and I expect more of that this year. So you lost Autumn, you lost Jenna, also Isabel Neal and Cassie as well. Give me kind of your read on what you see. Obviously, it's very, very early, but your read on what you see so far with this 2024 group and players that of course, Susan Vokes is back. She's had a fantastic career there, but give us kind of your read on what you're seeing so far in 2024.
Yeah, this year's team. I mean, we're still pretty young. I mean, I'm returning 8 starters from last year. Most of them are sophomores, but. Allie Ozier's another ace of ours. She had 100 strikeouts last year, along with Susan. Those two, it starts with pitching. Those two throw strikes. They throw hard. They'll be athletes. I have a really good outfielder in McKenna Schultes. She batted 400 last year overall as a freshman. Extremely athletic kid. Can really do anything on defense. So I think, those kids are definitely are going to help us win ball games. Like overall, we have really good team chemistry this year. Most of the kids have been playing ball since they've been, 8U, 10U. So they all get along pretty well. The less drama, the better,
Right.
as any coach, So that's really cool.
Wait a minute. Is there drama in teenage girls? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, never, right? Now I have three good captains, Susan and Allie Ozier, and then Ava Vermillion. Those three are captains this year. Those three are really good kids, really good leaders, working by example. They're good kids. So it's a really fun group. I definitely have some kids that are going to be making an impact in the season that weren't up last year. Elena Fink is going to step into starting role for us. We got McKenna Tomey is going to help us out with our pitching. She's a junior this season. We also have Evie McElroy. She's a lefty slapper, which is something that Fondy normally doesn't have. So we've been putting a lot of work in with her. She's a junior. She transferred in from Indiana last season. Really, really quick outfielder for us. But we bring back two our infielders. We got Mallory Thorpe's going to move from the outfield to third base. Brianna Mentig's going to play shortstop again for us, and then Ava Vermillion, who is a do-it-all dynamic infielder, she's going to move over to second. So having basically two shortstops playing up the middle is going to help our defense a lot. And then Reagan Ziegler is going to catch for us, Tristan Ernst, and then they're going to play some first for us too. So I don't know, it's an exciting group. They're good kids. They work really hard all off season. We got three seniors on the team this season. Mel Myers and Mackenzie Breister. They're going to be role players for us, but they're great kids, 4-year kids in the program. So just good kids.
I love how you're building the program, Brian. Just, like you said, it's kind of incrementally. It's not, trying to do everything in 1 year. And I think you're starting to see, some fruit of that and getting a lot of buy-in. What's the youth program look like? And, what's the momentum there for you guys?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the youth program. Myself and Scott Golopsky, we took over Fondy Fusion Travel Softball this last season. So having a lot of Fondy kids in that program, getting them playing all summer, throughout the fall, and even in the winter, is going to get those kids on the right track. The 8U, 10U group, 12U, there's a lot of kids in those ages that it's 10, 15 kids per group, per class. A lot of pitchers, a lot of important position players that know the game. They're coached well. And that's really the staple of any good program, is having a good youth program. So like I had said before, that was my goal as soon as I was hired, is really hanging my hat on getting the youth program where it needs to be, so that it will eventually trickle up to the high school.
Yeah, definitely. Connor, what do you got for Coach?
I know you went through some injuries last year, Coach, but I think that made you a little more battle-tested for this year. When you just look at kind of maybe the win-loss record wasn't there towards the second half of the schedule, but how does that build momentum into this year? And once this snow melts, looking to hit the ground running?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, experience is so important. So those kids that had to step up last year and fill in when we had some injuries were huge for us. I mean, Ava Vermillion played basically 3/4 of the season with a broken finger last year, and she still was all conference. So it just says how talented of a player she is. She's going to go play softball for UW La Crosse next season. So she's just a dynamic player for us. I think as long as we're healthy and at full strength, I think we can compete with anybody. Up and down the lineup, just a bunch of athletes, and they really, really want to be good. They're hungry, they're motivated. So it's really exciting. We got a couple really talented freshmen they're going to make an impact in this season. Lillian Berschbach and Maddie Gao. Those two are talented kids. Definitely are going to help us down the road for sure. So, really excited to get going.
See, Gary, softball coaches are a little different than basketball. They're letting the cat out of the bag.
Right.
So basketball media day, everybody's like, Yeah, we got some kids somewhere. I don't know. Maybe.
Not sure if they're going to show up
Show,
for practice or not. Hopefully
yeah.
they do.
And we show up for the game, and they're like the leading scorer, and first team all state as a freshman. Like, yeah, you knew what you had sitting back there. But
sometimes,
that's
it's even their own kids, Connor. So like Ketterhagen,
yeah,
it's like, well, hopefully
yeah.
my kids will show up for the games, and then they come in and score, a ton of points. Conference outlook wise, Coach.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, the FVA is stacked every year. Who's your biggest competition this year in the Fox Valley? Do you think?
Yeah, I think our team goal is definitely to crack the top 3 or 4. I mean, obviously, Kaukauna is a powerhouse. Getting past Meredith is the goal. And then Hortonville, Quinn's got the Paige Lilly. She's an absolute beast. Nina has a really nice young sophomore pitcher that's going to be tough to get by. Kimberly's going to be good again. They're well coached. Oshkosh West is well coached. And then Appleton North and East, they've gotten better this year. For the first time in a long time, North has a JV team, Appleton North. So, I mean, their program is improving. She's doing a great job for them. Oshkosh North is even better. They got a really good catcher in Anna Borst, who's going to be tough to run on. So, I mean, we definitely won the games that I think we should have last season. Now it's just a matter of fact of like getting after it and competing to win the games that we're even with, or maybe underdogs. So that's our goal for sure. Top
Coach,
3, 4.
We're looking forward to seeing you and the girls. For those of you that don't know, Fond du Lac has taken advantage of one of our softball packages. Coach, I can tell you we're going to have at least 4 games with you guys this year. I know the package is 3. We're going to have at least 4 and maybe 5. We're working on that right now. So we're excited.
That's awesome.
Excited to see you. Excited to see the girls and get the season started. Last comments from you, Coach.
I really appreciate you guys having me on. Looking forward to seeing you throughout the season. Go Cardinals.
Brian Schleif, the head coach for Fond du Lac, has been our special guest on W7 Media Day. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Jennifer Nelson, head coach of West Pere. You're watching W7 Softball Media Day, presented by Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin. We'll be back with Jennifer Nelson in just 3 or 4 minutes. You're watching W7. We are for the girls.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
Gary, you got me?
W7 Live Softball Media Day in Wisconsin on W7. And joining us, our very, very good friend, the head coach of the West Pere Phantoms. It is, don't call her Jennifer Tim, it's Jennifer Nelson from West Pere. Coach, welcome to W7 and welcome to softball season.
Thank you guys so much. Happy to be here.
Thrilled to have you as always. And, I tell you, softball couldn't come a minute too soon for me. I'm sure you feel the same way. It's time to get this thing going. And would you know, we have a terrific February, a terrific March up until today. And now we've got, 6 inches of snow on the ground.
Exactly.
Well, welcome and thanks for joining us. And first of all, congratulations on your recent vows, and welcome to the married couple group.
If I didn't have to use my last name every day, I'd be fine.
How's married life treating you?
It's been pretty good.
Fantastic. Glad to hear it. Well, let's get down to business. Connor Du Bois joining us as well, the voice of W7 North. And Connor, I'm going to let you kind of kick off a little bit and get your thoughts first of all. And or if you want me to, I can. However you want to do it.
No, I guess, Coach, we'll just jump right into it and talk a little bit about last year and the success, graduate some seniors out of that group, and who's taking over this year.
Yeah, I mean, last year we were fortunate to have girls that had so much experience. I mean, this is my 4th season, and to watch girls grow with me, it's been awesome to see them get better every single year. And I know some of the heavy hitters, losing Carly, losing Morgan, Nevaeh, Leah, all those guys, it's a huge loss for us. And I'm hoping as we kind of get into this season rolling, we have Ella, who's been with me since I started, being able to take this team under her wing and let them soar. I think that's kind of what we're looking at for the upcoming year.
Absolutely. The Bay Conference always tough, at least at the top half, New London. Xavier always seems to kind of be up and down, and Seymour as well. But talk a little bit about the conference and where you guys looking to kind of finish this year with a little bit more youthful team.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes people sleep on us in the Bay Conference, but I mean, over the last couple of years, we've had teams go to state, and it's a credit to how much competition we have in the Bay. And I know for the last couple of years, and as being an athlete at West Pere, we've never won conference yet. And I think when we look at our sites, it's generally working or during the season, off season to get us there. And we only have 2 years left in the Bay. So I told the girls, I said, we need to make a run. And I feel like this year they genuinely mean it. And they've been putting a lot of work in to try to get to that goal.
Yeah, it's crazy if you talk about, West Pere. The time in the Bay is coming to a close, more headed towards the FRCC, unless there's some crazy changes out there that Stevens Point decides to make. But you guys play a lot of non-conference games against teams like that, and obviously then when you get to the postseason, you're Division I, so that's part of the reason why. But as you kind of begin to prepare for that transition, is it easier or harder based on, your kind of already your current schedule?
I think it's going to be a smooth transition. I don't feel like the competition is that much harder than what we currently see with the New London, the Menasha, the Seymour, Shawano. I mean, I think we're going to roll right into it, and I think we're going to start off pretty strong.
Absolutely. I know you guys do a ton of stuff off the field. Are there going to be any, snow day practices today where, I've seen a ton of stuff. I guess more, did you guys have a tarp putting on and taking off practice? Because that was a struggle last year.
How did I know you're going to bring that up? It took us an hour for anyone that wanted to know to get the tarp unrolled, and Connor just sat there laughing the whole time.
Sounds right. That sounds right.
I was packing up. I mean, it was I grew up doing that too, and with the baseball program and stuff. And it's like a rite of passage. That's the way I looked at it. It's like, when they took it off, they didn't do a good job taking it off. They put it away messy, which makes it putting it back out so much harder. Not to mention in gale force winds. So,
yeah, I mean, talk about the best team bonding that you could get. Because I mean, I think everyone was ready to just scream cheering after we got it done.
Absolutely.
Coach, looking
Gary,
at
what do you
your.
got?
Oh, go ahead, Connor. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say, what do you got there?
Oh, Coach, looking at last year, obviously, I mean, a lot of production last year that you got to replace. I mean, Nevaeh, hitting 506, Carly hit 482. You got Jade Cruz back 386, but Leah Koken had a great year. I mean, those are a lot. That's a lot of production that's gone out the door. I mean, talk to me about expectations for the kids coming in and kind of what you're seeing so far as being able to supplement what you had last year. And of course it's hard to replace senior production with freshman numbers, but what do you see so far and what do you like what you're seeing?
I mean, I think those girls that have gone on, a lot of them have Morgan, Carly, Nevaeh, Morgan and Carly at St. Norbert, and Nevaeh's at Marion, and their leadership to show kind of this is what it takes to get there. And when we look at this season, I think it's going to really rely on the girls that have been there and seen what it takes a little bit, and even still watching as our seniors who have now left kind of graduated and moved on. When I look at Jade and Lydia and Ella and Megan, I mean, they have had tons of experience, and
Right.
I'm hoping that they start to take our underclassmen under their wing. I mean, losing your 8 seniors, it's not that easy.
No,
we're
definitely
a
not.
pretty young team, but I mean, ultimately we're competitors. This year just seems a bit different. I don't know if it's because of the experience that some of these upperclassmen have had already.
Identity-wise, Coach, what do you? I mean, again, it's so early; it's hard to say. I'm sure, but some teams kind of build around pitching, some around speed, some around power. I mean, what do you see so far that says, hey, this might be what the identity of this team looks like? Do you know yet?
I mean, we're a team that has all the tools. Lily, being a junior, she's had 2 years where she's seen a lot of time on the mound. And so we're kind of looking and relying on her. And we have Brooke coming in now too, pitching. But some of our underclassmen, Elena, Emily, Kaylee, Jocelyn, Mallory, they got speed. And sometimes speed kills in this game. Games get won by one run because
Right.
girls can run the bases really well. So I think we're going to kind of have a mix of everything. I can't say that we're going to be one thing or the other, but people better be scared just because we don't even know what we have yet. And I think that's
Right.
the vast mystery of the season coming up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as the season kind of unfolds to see what you guys are when it starts and what you become, right? And it'll be that's always a fun journey, as a coach and being of course a Division I athlete at Niagara, and of course West Pere is your alma mater. What does that do? How does that help you as far as being a coach with these kids?
I think it starts to lead me into a direction that this is so much more than just the game of softball. Especially being an alumni from West Pere. I mean, West is best always, and I truly believe that. And I hope when the girls enter these doors and 4 years after them they leave it, they truly believe it. And I want to give them the experience that maybe I didn't have, and I think they deserve the world. The girls that we have at West Pere are second to none. I mean, they're the best of the best. And whether you talk to the teachers, the community, anything, our Future Phantoms camp, all the parents that say, oh, your girls did such a great job. It's so much more than just what we do on the softball field here. And I hope these girls kind of take that with them as they kind of journey on throughout their time here.
Speaking of the youth, I mean, what's the momentum of the youth camp look like, Coach? And what do you see in as far as kids coming up through the youth program?
It's fantastic. And I know taking over the program, every year I have a goal, and I know as I get into it more, taking that youth a little bit and kind of reviving it. I don't think coaches realize how much the youth matters to you 4 years from now. We had almost 100 kids the last 3 years at our Future Phantoms camp, K through 8. And we look at our DGSA, and that's our youth program that we go through. And the 14U team, which is a lot of middle schoolers, they went and won the Class C state tournament. So it's slowly starting to see now that a lot of that effort is paying off.
Well, and that's exciting, right? As a coach, and of course you get then that always also breeds enthusiasm with the parents. They want to see the team be successful, and so you get buy-in from them as well, and it kind of just builds on each other. Talking about the conference this year, Coach, the Bay. I mean, what do you see as far as the conference outlook this year, and where do you think you guys fit in there?
Mm-hmm. I think every year the Bay is a scramble. I think there's so much talent across the board, and it's going to be who's on. I mean, you look at Addie Weary from Seymour, Badger commit. I mean, the girl is phenomenal as a catcher. And you look at Addie Lund from Menasha, and I know Menasha has a lot of other tools there. New London, traveling to state multiple times. And then even the dynamic duo at Xavier, pitcher catcher. I mean, this whole conference, you never know what you're going to get every year. And you just have to be ready. I mean, when it's your on day, you better take advantage of it to capitalize on opportunities.
And then lastly, Coach, goals that you have for this year. Obviously, I think it's really to kind of build a cohesive team and get everybody together. But what's when you look at the end of the year, what do you want to accomplish versus where you are today?
We want to compete with no regrets. I think that's something that a lot of coaches need to really kind of look at, that when you step on the field every day and when you look at the end of the season, not to have any regrets, and knowing that you gave it your all, whether it's a coach, whether it's a player, whether it's a fan too, that you're supporting your team all the way and competing all the way through. So that would be our goal, is to just keep competing. We're right there. It's just hoping as the year goes on, we get more W's on our side.
Well, number one, of course, I love West of Pere because we share the same W. If you look, the W font is pretty close, maybe a little bit different, but it's pretty close to the same. So, and we always have fun coming up there and seeing you and seeing your kids, and looking forward to seeing you this year. And Coach, I want to thank you for joining us today, and certainly wish you and the girls all the success in the world this year as we kind of get into the season. And thanks, Coach. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Jennifer Nelson, the head coach for West of Pere, has been our special guest. We'll be back at 11:40 with the head coach of the Waupun Warriors. It is Josh Navis. For Jennifer Nelson, for Connor Du Bois, I'm Gary Whipperman. You've been watching the W7 Softball Media Day live from the W7 Worldwide Headquarters in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. We'll be back at 11:40. You've been watching W7. We are for the girls.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Pawn up next. Gary, you still got me? Okie dokie.
W7 Live. Softball Media Day in Wisconsin on W7. And we've got a good friend of ours, special guest, joining us. He's the head coach of the Waupun Warriors. It is Josh Davis. Coach, welcome. Welcome to softball. Oh, I don't think I got any audio from you, Coach. Hang on a second. Make sure you're not muted on your end. Let's see. Connor, you hear me all right?
I got you loud and clear.
All right. I can't hear Coach. I can only get video. I don't have audio. Guys, we're going to take a second and see if we can work on this. We'll be right back. You're watching W7. Coach, why don't you try going out and coming right back in again? Sometimes that'll take care of it.
There we go. That sounds better.
Connor, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Coach, can you hear me?
I'm getting an echo a little bit though from you, Gary. I'm hearing something in the background.
Yeah, just 'cause I'm on. Yeah, I'm in the room on my phone and also on my computer.
Okay, gotcha.
I cannot hear Josh though.
I'm guessing I don't know if he's on his computer or phone, but didn't give him permission, microphone permission.
Yeah, it may ask you, Josh, to give permission to access your microphone and your camera. Just make sure you say yes to both of those. And also make sure the little microphone when you're talking it should have a little green level on it that shows that you're being heard. Can you see that on the microphone itself? The microphone on your screen, there should be a little microphone icon that should be green below when you talk. Let me go out of the room and come back in. I don't know. Maybe that'll fix it. I'll be right back.
Check 1, 2. Better.
There we go. I got him now.
Hey, okay.
All righty. I think Gary is just popping back out and back in. But
All right. Man, I'm sorry, guys.
Hey,
No
no worries,
worries.
Coach. No worries. Like I always tell Connor this, I'm more surprised when it works than when it doesn't. So no sweat. 1 second, we'll get you on here. All right, we are back. Technical difficulties behind us. Josh Davis joining us from Waupun. Coach, welcome, and thanks for being on the show today.
Guys, thanks so much. Sorry for the difficulty. I believe it's probably on my end. So
No worries. Just glad it works, and welcome, and let's get right into things and make up for some lost time. Last year, a great year for you guys last year. You got to be so thrilled. 20-6, 9-3 in the East Central, good enough for second place. And some big wins too. You beat, of course, New London and went to state. Get wins against Pius, against Whitnall. Beat Winneconne in the regional finals. KML in the sectional semifinals. So a big step forward for you and Waupun last year. Before we get into this year, let's talk about last year and what made last year so special for you guys.
Just our girls are just so in tune to each other. Their friendships, they're a really close group, and they all play travel ball, not that that's the end all to be all, but they play all year round. So it's pretty easy to get going right away. And the year before, in 2022, we had a down year, but the girls proved that it wasn't going to be for long. So we ended up in the top 10 coaches poll, second place, like you said, and regional champs, and that sectional runner up. We got to get a little better in that game, but we certainly showed that we might have been a little too young to get in that game yet, but we got that experience now at least. So,
well, and coming back to what's really scary is the production you have coming back. I mean, the kids you lose this year, Lexi Lehman and Alexandra Gaffney, but you've got an all-world catcher back in Kaylee Westfall, and just a ton of production. Coach, can you talk about the kids you got coming back? Because, you got some real stars on this team.
Yeah, replacing Lexi Lehman's going to be tough. Obviously, she batted .425, 19 stolen bases. Just it's crazy how to try to replace that. But with Lexi Gerritsen, Kaylee Westfall, Addison Braun in the circle. I mean, that's a pretty good first three to start to lead the team here. So, and having 4 seniors this year is going to be a nice change from the 1s and 2s the last couple of years. So, and our 4 seniors have just been fantastic so far this first couple of weeks, even battling the snow today. They're still really high and positive on how we're going into our practice tonight. So with and quite honestly, 3 out of the 4 seniors are all conference, so they're going to be really excited to show what they can do their final year.
And that was my next question. I mean, is there an urgency among that group to help this program take the next step in the progression?
Yeah, I don't know if it's so much an urgency as that they're almost they know it. They've been our program's been so successful over the years that they know when there's a special year, where, okay, we're going to be good, but we're a little bit away. They know it. They've seen it over since they've been 10 years old, the successes that we've had. And a couple times we've played, I've coached in 4 sectional championship games and only made it to state once. We know how hard it is to get there. And these girls, those seniors know it too. And they know that they have a pretty big carrot ahead, right, dangling in front of them. They just got to go get it and really lead these underclassmen to where we want to be, and that's Goodman Field.
What's the secret sauce on Waupun, Coach? I mean, you guys are good. I mean, of course, the girls' basketball team has been, phenomenal under Coach Alsma. What do you guys do different over there that nobody else is doing, or better than everybody else is doing? Because I mean, you have some just fantastic athletes, and like you said, I mean, really, really great kids. I know a lot of them, and really great kids in the area there.
Well, we got a great softball program. It's called the Waupun Girls Softball Association. They've been around. We've been an organization for almost, I think, 45 years now. And they've from day one, they've made sure that program is our feeder program, that the priority lies in our high school program. And from our first president, with Jerry Miedema, and all the way to our current president. So they know that, and they back us, they support us 100%. And we can't run that without amazing parents, plain and simple. Every year we talk at our end of the year banquets on how amazing their parents are and how much they support us and what we're doing in their kids. So,
to have that alignment, and I've been in youth organizations, and it sounds obvious, right? Of course, the youth is there to help support the development of the overall program. The youth is there, you're there at the youth program to get ready for high school, but not everybody buys into that, and getting that kind of buy-in and that kind of alignment is huge. I've been in those organizations where, hey, it's all about winning, 5th grade state championships. I mean, hey, I mean, that's fun and all, but I mean, really the goal is to win a high school state championship, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that it's always our goal, and it should be for every program. But this program, because of the lineage and the history, they see that we have a team achievement board as they walk into the facility, and they see the conference championships, the regional championships, the sectional semi-sectional championship runner-ups, and the 2 state appearances. They see that every time they come to practice, and it's just ingrained in them that's almost an expectation, and in a positive way. It's not negative. So, and put it this way. Here's an example of last summer with Kaylee Westfall, our junior catcher, all-state catcher. I think in a week she probably umpired 3 youth softball games, practiced with her travel team, played a Legion softball game, and then went and played all weekend long with her travel team. So she gives back and that's not, she's just an example of a lot of our girls, that they're doing everything they can to be a part of this program and its success.
And a great kid too. Speaking of Kaylee, I'll tell you a quick story. I mean, we do the Showtime Sports, showcase every year down in Waukesha, and she went out of her way to come over to me and introduced herself, and who she is and where she's from, and how appreciated how much we do, and I was just really taken by how mature she is for her age, and not a lot of kids are brave enough to make a step like that, to come over and say hello like that, and that kind of leadership is just huge in a program for you guys to have, isn't it?
Yeah, and that comes from the top down. We encourage, and we ask so many questions at practice, not because we think they're wrong. We want them to talk about it. We talk about finding your voice, and she found it really quick, and
yeah.
She had help with our graduating senior last year. It was befriended her really quick. Lexi Lehman did, and really guided her into her new leadership role that Kylie has.
What's the ceiling on Addison Braun, Coach? I mean, I saw her pitch last year, and I thought she was fantastic in that tournament that we did. But I feel like she's just kind of scratching the surface, don't you?
Yes, and I call her Kylie. She's going to yell at me at practice today. It's Kaylee, of course. It's like once a year I have to make one screw up, but
only one. I do about one every 5 minutes, so you're in good shape. You have to ask the question again, because sure.
I know she's going to be just.
No, I was just asking about Addison Braun. I mean, the ceiling on her. I mean, I got to see her pitch in that tournament last year, and I thought she did such a great job. But I felt like she's just kind of scratching the surface on where she could be.
Yeah, weight room every morning, 6:30 a.m. And what the guidance she got coming out of her knee injury, and the training that she got to recover from that, she is just taking it to a new level and adding strength, power, and in just confidence.
Yeah, and I love her determination. Just I could see that on the circle last year in that tournament. Also, another couple kids, Ryan Babish and Rowan Harder. I mean, those are your multi-sport kids, right? I mean, so Rowan and Ryan both play basketball. Can you just talk about just the multi-sport athletes and why it's important and how it's helped your program to have these kind of athletes?
Right. We talk about it's just healthy for them. They're using different muscle groups all the time, and even the basketball girls, after our first couple practices, they're a little tired and sore. And I'm like, well, you're using a new set of muscles. And that's why we do encourage, especially a school of our size, that we have to be multiple sport athletes, or else we're not going to be as successful, at that varsity and JV levels if we're not utilizing those blue chip athletes in our programs at different sports. Even if they're not a starter on one, they can have a lot of good leadership, in those backup roles or, fill-ins and stuff like that. So, yeah, Lexi Gerritsen, she's volleyball and softball. Rowan's a 3-sport athlete.
Yes.
I believe Ryan is as well. Addie would have been, but this is how she stays involved. She runs scoreboard at basketball games. She got certified to do that, and then she's a volleyball referee. Even though she, limits her playing because of her knee injury, she's still active in 3 different sports as well. In her own way. So
wow, that's impressive. Coach, last question, and we'll let you go. Obstacles for you, and I'm putting the cart way ahead of the horse here, so understand that when I say this. But obstacles for you to get to Goodman Diamond this year. What do you see right in your way that you've got to overcome to be able to kind of make that next jump?
We hope we sort of battled through that in getting with experience. It with the team being as young as they were last year and getting to that, that almost to the pinnacle, where we could, our goal is to get 6 innings better. After the first inning, we were leading 1-0, after Kaylee's big home run in the first inning. And then it just sort of got bigger than they were in the moment.
Yeah.
And in plays that we made all year long weren't being made, and it wasn't because of lack of effort or lack of talent. It's just you could feel a tightness coming in after that.
Yeah.
And going through this last summer with Legion, they figured out how to play through those big games and play a lot looser, have a lot more fun. And they found out that when they're having fun, the success comes at a fast and high level rate. So, and that That's where we got to keep that kind of mentality that we found after that championship game through our Legion season and into our season this year in the 2024.
Well, Coach, I want to thank you for your time and for joining us today. Wish you guys the best. And again, I know a lot of the Waupun kids, and a big fan, of course, and all that you're doing for the program there as well. Hoping to see you guys, this spring, on the diamond somewhere, if not in Waupun. But good luck to you guys this year. We'll be in touch, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, you bet. The W.
Josh Navis, the head coach of the Waupun Warriors, has been our special guest on Media Day. We'll be back in about 2 minutes with Melinda Hull from New London. You're watching Softball Media Day on W7 Live, presented by Jolly Good Soda.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
Hey, Coach, you with us? Connor, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. I've got a black screen though on.
Yeah, me too. All right. Can you hear me, Connor? All right. Connor, what about now?
I got you. I still got a black screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not seeing Coach hold. I saw her join just a moment ago, but now I don't have her. What is going on with our stuff today? Well, hey, free behind the scenes stuff for you guys watching at home. We're trying to get Coach Hull joining us from New London. In fact, I believe they're playing a game right now. But I thought I saw her come on, so not sure what's happening. Okay.
Oh, maybe they were in the dugout and she had to go out and coach third. I don't know.
Well, it's funny you say that because at 2:00 today, Coach Shannon Van Lannen from Ashwaubenon will be joining us via bus as they're on their way down to Florida today, and he'll be on the W7 hotline by bus this afternoon with the Ashwaubenon girls.
Well, let's be real. It's not going to be Coach Van Lannen. It's going to be everybody else on that bus. I think it's now that crazy junior class.
Yeah, they're a pretty wild bunch. Hey, you're watching W7 Softball Media Day. We're still trying to get Coach Hull on with us here this afternoon, and I think she may be trying to join here again. We're just torturing her at this point, I think. For right now, you got
the Rhinelander Dome. You know, there's not a whole lot of service out there.
Yeah, not a lot of service of the Rhinelander Dome, I don't think.
I never have service when I'm traveling up north. I hit Wausau, and everything up north of there is shot.
Well, if it doesn't work for this slot, we will get back in touch with Coach. I mean, we can squeeze her in later this afternoon. I don't want her to get too stressed about it. We'll figure it out because I definitely want to talk to New London after the year they had last year and the great work that she's doing there, building that program. I mean, they're a perennial year in year out. It seems now like Connor. I mean, you got to call their games in the state tournament last year.
Yeah, well, it was an all North battle in that state championship with Freedom and New London. So that was kind of neat. And I still don't, for the life of me, other than just because softball's played at 4:30 in the afternoon, and getting to I don't know how I haven't done a New London regular season game yet.
Well, I think we got to rectify that this year.
3 years. Well, I think I'm not saying they're on the schedule, but
yeah, don't let the cat out of the bag.
I'm not saying they're on the schedule, but there's a good chance that if the weather holds, they could make the schedule.
I don't want Brent getting his hopes up over there. I mean, he's pretty hardcore. You say that he's going to be expecting to come out, but I'm with you. I think hopefully if things go right, we can make that happen this year. It'd be nice to get out and see them, and I definitely was impressed with Kenna Mix last year and Shelby Glowski. I thought she had a great state tournament as well. Just they ran into a really rough Freedom team, and it was hard to overcome Peyton Vandaloo. She had just a fantastic game for Freedom, and in fact, Coach Dietzen will be on this afternoon from Freedom as well. Well, I think we will call it for now. We'll try and get back with Coach Hull yet today and get her on later this afternoon. Again, I know they're playing Medford today. The last I heard, they were up 11-6 in the 5th inning. So no worries, Coach. We'll get back with you yet today and see if we get something back on the schedule. You're watching the W7 Softball Media Day live from Oconomowoc and Green Bay. We'll be back at 12:20. Our next guest is, who is it, Connor? Let's see.
Oh, I have the schedule in front of me. You got it in front of you.
I got it in front of me here somewhere. Oh, there it is. It is Charissa Zirbol from Burlington Catholic Central. taking over the Hilltoppers. We'll have Herb on in the next 10 minutes. For Connor Du Bois, I'm Gary Whipperman. You're watching W7 Softball Media Day live. We'll be back. Everything we do, always, 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 for the girls. Be back.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
Who we got coming up next? That's fucking dumb.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Hey, thanks for joining. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
We're gonna start in just a few minutes, and we'll just come in and say hello and welcome you. How's it going so far?
It's going. We're dealing, obviously, as I'm sure most of the state is right now, with inclement weather. So it's a typical Wisconsin day in spring.
Yeah, isn't it always? Yeah, it's great all February and March, and then all of a sudden, we get ready to start the season and we get 6 inches of snow.
100%. I mean, we had last week we were outside 4 of the 5 days, and now we're stuck inside. So
Yeah.
that's usually how it goes.
Hey, where did you go to college? I thought I saw it, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I went to Platteville.
Platteville. Did you play softball there?
I didn't. I decided to, I went and helped out with the volleyball program and I did a few other things. So decided not to pursue softball in college and I regret it every day.
Yeah.
I was going to go play for Green Bay and then I liked Platteville as a school better. And, being D3, you didn't get all the perks as, you do with D1. So just decided not to. So.
And how is it being back home now?
I love it. I moved back to the area and absolutely love being a little bit closer to home now. My husband and I live right in between our 2 families, so it's really cool. And now I get to coach at my alma mater too. So
yeah,
that's really awesome.
And you just recently got married, right?
I did, 2021.
Nice. Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I got married, bought a house. Now we're doing a whole bunch of home projects. So, the cash flow seems to never end.
Well, you're a softball coach and at a parochial school, so I know there's tons of money there.
Oh, well, you know what? For me, we're really, really small. So
no, I know.
Yeah, I wish.
No, that was all in joke.
Oh, okay. I was like, well, I feel like a lot of people think that. We luckily have a lot of amazing donors, so we're very fortunate.
Yeah, we've done some basketball down there in the past, so I know a few folks down there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's we struggle with being probably the smallest school down in this neck of the woods, but we continue to make it work.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we're gonna get started in just a minute. Just hang tight, and we'll bring you in.
Sounds great. Thanks.
W7 Live. We are back. Softball Media Day on W7. And our next guest, the head coach of the Burlington Catholic Central Hilltoppers. It's Charissa Zerbal. Coach, welcome and thanks for joining the party.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
Hey, congratulations. I know you got a lot of life changes going on for you right now. Newlywed and returning back to your alma mater and now taking over as the head coach at Catholic Central. Can you talk about just that process of how that came to be, Charissa, for you to come back and to take the head coaching job, having played at Burlington Catholic Central, what that's been like so far?
Yeah, it's been such an amazing opportunity. I feel honestly so fortunate. I'm a 2012 graduate of Catholic Central, played softball there all 4 years, and then you go to college. So went to UW-Platteville, graduated in 2016, and then moved to the Milwaukee area right after graduation. I grew up in a super small town, went to a smaller town college, and wanted to get out, experience the city for a little bit, but really just wasn't for me. So luckily I met my now husband, convinced him to move to Waterford, and started coaching over at Catholic Central then in 2021. So this is going into my 4th season now.
And taking over the reins this year, is this your first year as head coach?
It is. The opportunity presented itself, and I could not be more excited and grateful for this opportunity. I'm super fortunate.
Well, we won't spend a lot of time talking about last year, but just give me your thoughts for. Let's start with right now. I mean, based on what you've seen so far, I mean, what stands out for you, and what do you like so far in what you're seeing?
Yeah, so you know what? I think it's important that I talk about last year a little bit.
Sure, go ahead. Absolutely.
It was a little bit of a unique one for us. We honestly didn't know what we were going to have for players last year. We honestly just kind of went into that season just hoping to keep our team afloat. That's really what we needed. We knew we were going to have a really large incoming freshman class for 2024. So we only had 2 seniors last year. And we luckily had 2 seniors last year. One we didn't know was going to come out. She came out of retirement for us, and we were so fortunate. But we didn't have a pitcher going into the year last year. And we had 2 of our girls, a junior and a sophomore last year, who stepped out of their comfort zone. They had never pitched before, and they decided to kind of help us out through the season. So we got really fortunate with the group of girls that we had, and their love of the game saved us as a program. So now going into this year, it's looking so much more promising for us. We have 4 seniors, we have 4 juniors, all of them are returning. We don't have a sophomore class, but we do have 5 incoming freshmen. So we have 13 players now. That's the most that our program has had in my 4 years of coaching, which is really, really awesome. Half of the girls play travel ball during the summers. We have 2 legit freshmen, amazing pitchers that have joined our team. So honestly, just overall, we have some really, really great talent. But then we also have some players that are brand new to the sport as well, which is really awesome that we get the opportunity to coach those young ladies as well.
How do you meld that together, Coach? I mean, because you're talking about a lot of different levels of ability and experience. How do you kind of bring that together?
Yeah, you know what? It honestly is a really unique situation. But I honestly think for us, that's what makes our program so unique. We get to have all of these different players come together. We're such a small school. I think the enrollment right now is about 130. So, we're really tiny. And a lot of it is, the first few weeks is the fundamental things. But with our young ladies who have played travel ball, they really step up. We are, as a coaching staff, so lucky to have such amazing talent for the young ladies who do play travel ball, have a lot more knowledge, and they help so much with some of our younger players or just girls who haven't played as much. So we're really lucky there.
Well, looking at last year, I mean, under the circumstances, I mean, 4-10, 3-9 in the Metro Classic, and as you mentioned, you guys are probably definitely on the smaller side of the Metro Classic, but nice wins over Racine St. Cat's, beat Dominican, beat Kenosha St. Joe. You beat you won a playoff game. I mean, what was that like for your girls to be able to go in and get a playoff win against Wayland Academy?
Yeah, it was really awesome. That game, we just could not stop hitting. It was such an amazing opportunity. The girls just came so fired up, ready to play. Girls who had never hit home runs before were hitting home runs. They were so aggressive. And honestly, after the season that they had last year, so many ups and downs, having that game was honestly the perfect way to end our season at home. We obviously went away the next game and just didn't work out for us that round, but it was such a great way to end it for some of our girls who were seniors. They had the COVID year, their freshman year. They got gypped on one of their years, and it was just
that's tough.
Awesome. Yeah.
Goals for this year, Coach? I mean, what when you look at kind of the season ahead, I mean, what stands out to you as far as, hey, we want to be able to accomplish, I mean, these things, and not necessarily wins and losses, but just as a program, what do you want to see happen this year?
My hope is just to try and rebuild this program. The last few years have been a little bit lower on numbers. We, as a small, private school, 130 kids, you're battling track, soccer, and now you have a softball program as well. So that's my hope, is to rebuild. And you know what? I am so fortunate because I have some amazing staff joining me this year. I have actually two of my previous high school coaches joining as assistants. One is a Hall of Fame coach. The other joined him back in the 90s. They've been coaching together forever. I have two young ladies as well on my coaching staff, one who I've been coaching with since 2021. And the amount of knowledge at such a young age that she brings is absolutely incredible. And then one of our other assistant coaches, this is her first year joining the softball program, but the energy that she brings is unmatched. And I honestly just hope that we can hopefully rebuild this program, have some fun again with it. I think that's what's honestly most important.
Agree.
Bring home a gold ball would be awesome as well.
Oh, sure. Why not? While we're talking about it, why not? Right?
Yeah.
Connor, what do you got?
It sounds like the goals for the program this year, as long as the honeydew list with the house projects that we talked about off air. Well, I mean, you just talk about bringing in, a big kind of freshman class, and I think that's kind of testament to the seniors that came back out for you last year a little bit. So I really enjoy you sharing that aspect of those two. And I think, you talk about the program kind of headed in that right direction, and hopefully those two realize the success that happens this year on the field and maybe next year and down the road is really a testament to kind of those two for coming back out and helping you. I was in a little bit of a similar situation way back in the day, and those kids kind of get forgot about sometimes when the success happens. But so I really appreciate you talking about those kids. But I mean, just overall, talk about the importance of having fun, because I think that gets left out a lot of times. A lot of people look at the stats, things like that. And you look at how the kids came out on fire at the end of the season last year, kind of once things got figured out, and how that transitions then into this year.
Yeah, so we've been really trying to just do some different things that we haven't done previously with our program. We did a media day, our first day of practice.
I saw that. That's so cool. I love that.
It was awesome. I really think the girls had an amazing time. It was just something kind of different. We're really fortunate. We have an amazing photographer who helps with our school. He's also a part of the baseball program. You know, he's going to NFL games, you know, college games.
That's so cool.
Sports Illustrated, yes. So
well, I saw. I mean, it was certainly next level, right? I mean, it wasn't you know, a dude with a camera. I mean, I saw some of the equipment and the lighting and just the poses they put the kids in. I mean, they had to really have enjoyed that. I really loved seeing those posts.
Oh, love
That's
that.
fantastic.
We're hopefully going to be posting more of them, and I tried doing a little bit of video editing there, so
that's so cool.
Super basic knowledge, but I honestly just feel so fortunate to have these girls. You know, it's been really awesome. The senior class, they were freshmen when I first joined the program, so they're kind of like, I always call them my little babies. So it'll be very sad watching them kind of fly away this year, but
right.
It's really awesome. And, you know, we're just trying a few new things. Something that I'm really trying to hone in on for both our coaching staff and then our players, just the team as a whole, is just communication. I think that's really, really big. I want the players to feel like they have a voice. So Fridays we're implementing captain practice days. So the captains get to decide what we're doing. Every week the girls pair up together and they get to do like a 5-minute game or something like that. And just try and, you know, do a few different things that we haven't done in previous seasons, just to keep things a little bit, I don't want to, fresh is the best way.
Yeah, no, that's right on.
Yeah.
No, I got to tell you, Coach, I mean, I'm really impressed with the energy and with the enthusiasm. And I know, you know, Connor and I are around a lot of kids and a lot of programs, and I can't tell you how, you know, valuable that is, and how meaningful it is to the kids. It really makes it special for them. And, you know, without letting the cat out of the bag, which I'm going to let the cat out of the bag, I mean, just talking to you and hearing about what your plans are. We're going to come down and do a game with you guys this year. We'll come down and see you guys in person, meet the girls in person, and come and bring the traveling circus that is W7 to Burlington for a game this year. You guys will find out when on Sunday nights at 8 o'clock. Make sure you have your players watch and the families watch, and we'll announce that live at 8 o'clock on Sunday night.
Awesome. Oh my gosh, that's so amazing. We're really looking forward to that. We would love to have you guys out, and so really appreciate that.
You betcha. Hey, Coach, it's Connor, go ahead.
Well, you say captain practice on Friday. Are they choosing a snow day today, or I mean, are they got something? What do they got planned for today?
I think today would be the perfect opportunity to throw on some snow gear and let's go sliding out there. I 100% agree.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
of course.
It's sliding practice, absolutely.
I love that idea.
Absolutely.
Coach, real quick in the last couple minutes we have, can you just give me kind of a your high level thoughts on some of these freshmen coming in, the travel ball kids, and what you're seeing so far and what we can look forward to this year from your team?
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I think our team this year is just going to be so much more aggressive than we have in years past. We are quick, and we have a lot of knowledge coming in. We have, like I said, we have a lot of really, really great speed. We're going in, we're going to score first. We're going to be quicker. We're going to be more aggressive. My girls probably hated me the first week, but we did a good 10, 15 minutes of conditioning at the end of every practice. Just the intensity and things I think has really amplified for us, and really, just kind of come out, going hard. Our freshmen, we have 2 legit freshman pitchers, and they have so much speed and movement on their pitches, which is awesome. We have 3 actual legit catchers this year.
Fantastic.
So the depth that we have on our bench is absolutely incredible. It's something that we haven't seen the last few years, so it's really exciting.
Well, Coach, I'm excited to see what you guys are going to look like this year, and we're excited to come down and see you in person and support you and support the program as best we can. Tell the kids to get ready. The show is coming to Catholic Central.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I really appreciate it. Looking forward to it.
Teresa Zerbal, the head coach at Burlington Central Catholic. You can find out when the Hilltoppers are coming to W7. Sunday night, 8 o'clock, live, our schedule reveal show. Coming up next, the head coach, Wisconsin Lutheran, Gina Redu, at 12:40. You're watching W7 Softball Media Day, and you're watching it live on W7.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
Hey, Coach, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good. Hey, Connor, are you on there too?
Yep.
Okay, so Coach, we're about 3 minutes away from going live. It looks like I'm seeing you on the screen. Looks like everything looks good. Appreciate
Perfect.
that. So that makes it easy. And we had a couple issues with a couple other guests before, but looks like you're coming in loud and clear, and we can see you just fine.
Awesome. Thanks.
We'll start. 12:40. So it's about 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll get you on. Listen for the music, then I'll introduce you and bring you in.
Sounds great. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Coach. Hey, one last question. Is it Redo? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
W7 Live. Welcome back. Softball Media Day on W7. Joining us, the head coach of the Wisconsin Lutheran Vikings. It is Gina Verdu. Coach, thanks for joining us, and welcome to W7.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Well, thanks for making the time, and I guess you wouldn't know it, but softball season's here, I guess, with the snow today.
Yeah, that was a big bummer when I woke up this morning, but I guess it's pretty normal for around here, so we'll just grin it and bear it.
So let me guess, no practice today? Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Well, Coach, let's get right into it and start with talking about last year a little bit. Great year for you guys last year. 21-3, 11-1 in the Woodland West, tied for first. Big wins over Greendale, New Berlin West, St. Francis in the regional finals, Pius in the sectional semifinals, and lost a heartbreaker to New Berlin. Eisenhower, sorry to bring this up, 1-0 in the sectional finals. But overall, just a fantastic year. Sydney Vitonkel, was she the Gatorade Player of the Year last year? Did I get that right?
Yes, she was.
Yeah, so great season for her. Can you just talk about last year and your thoughts, Coach, on accomplishments of that team?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a big goal of ours. Obviously, the year before that was, hey, we made it to the state championship, which was amazing, like a lot of firsts for our program. And just, in my opinion, to keep that caliber and that bar high is hard to do. And for us to be able to say we almost made it back to the same spot is a big testament to the hard work that the girls put in, and just to be able to do that again. So I would say lots of goals were met in our season last year. With the conference championship, also awesome to do for the second straight year, and just looking forward to good things again this year.
And you lose, Katie Meyer and Eden Rader and Tabitha Fromm from last year. What's the outlook for this year? What can you tell us so far? I know some of these freshmen coming in, by the way. I know Reese Grudzelanek, of course, and I know Beth Langbartles. They both had really nice basketball seasons this year. So let's talk about kind of the youth movement going on there, and also just blending that group into your existing team.
Yeah, so obviously the 3 seniors we lost were the bulk of our infield, middle of our lineup.
Right.
So it seems like a scary replacement. But as you said, we have a lot of talent that came in that I think will mesh really well with what we have. Obviously, to bring back some of our key players as well, to have our battery back, pitcher-catcher combo, that's huge. Sophia Schrader, she was injured for a bulk of last season, so just excited for her to come back and see what she can do. And our lineup is, or I should say our roster is half freshmen, which again seems like a scary undertaking, but we're been really impressed with what we've seen so far, and just excited to see how they can mesh in with the 6 returners that we have.
Yeah, is the Gunther kid, is she part of your guys' team as well from Wisco?
Yeah, she is. She unfortunately suffered a torn ACL. But she's definitely part of the team and coming along for the ride. So happy to have her still.
That's too bad. Love that kid. She's a tough competitor. And I'll tell you what, I mean, and you know this better than I do already. I mean, that class is really special. I mean, they came in obviously as freshmen in basketball, and by the end of the year, and Connor, you and I have talked about this many, many times. They certainly didn't behave like freshmen at the end of the year. So I think you're gonna really be pleased with what you see out of that group coming in. Can we just back up a second? I think it deserves some conversation. I'd love to just get your take on Sydney Vitonkel and really what makes her, what kind of makes her tick and what makes her as dominant as she has been. Because, I mean, if you look at the numbers, I mean, it's, you're talking rare air for sure, the kind of career she's having.
Absolutely. By the way, she does say hi. I was told to say from her.
I said.
So, and obviously we can talk stats and numbers all day long, and that's obviously what makes a player successful. But she is just such a bigger impact than just the skill that she brings to the table.
Yeah.
She just came in as such a leader, a positive presence, a great role model, even as a freshman and obviously as a sophomore too. Just she's been that way since she walked in the door. And just not that obviously you love coaching talent regardless of how it comes in, but she's also just just an incredible role model and just a joy to be around. I would say the whole team would agree with that. She knows how to raise the bar and keep the level high and also bring her teammates up along with her and just do that. Because, yeah, you can say if you have a pitcher, you're in pretty good shape, but also just what she brings to the table in the batter's box and just the way she motivates others is just a huge part of her as a person too.
And she's such a competitive spirit. Yeah. I mean, we did the state tournament last year in Madison, Connor and I got a text message from Sid. They were on their way to, I think, Ohio, and she was listening to the games along. She said, "Gary, we're going to be there next year." And I mean, I just love that. I love her competitiveness. I love how she's one of those kids you love to have as a coach. I mean, she hates losing more than she likes winning, which is yeah. Great, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, very fair. Good way of putting that.
So when you look at this coming year, goals, coach, I mean, to me, I mean, it seems, kind of trite to say, but I mean, I got to believe your goal is to get over the hump and get to Goodman Diamond. I mean, is that a fair statement? Are you guys talking about that at all yet? I mean, it's early, obviously, but has that been thrown around at all?
Yeah, we definitely have thrown that around. And big thing that's just different for us too is we moved up to D1. So we can have, same goal, but it's going to be different. There's going to be different opponents, just a different feel, obviously with a bigger field of play to get there. And our theme this year is earned, not given. So we're running off of, yes, we can have these goals, but also like the work needs to be put in to get there and nothing's just going to be handed to you because we've had success in the past. We have to work for it to achieve those goals that we have for this season too.
Conference outlook. What's the conference look like, Coach? From a competitive standpoint. Obviously, New Berlin Eisenhower is always pesky, as is West. But I mean, just your read on the conference this year.
Yeah, I would say you hit it on the head there with our friends over in New Berlin that always have really top quality programs. I think Greendale could come in hot too, where they had a lot of freshmen last year that looked really good, and I think they're building a nice program over there too. Pius is always scrappy and always contends well too. So I just think just our side of the conference is always really competitive. So I'm looking forward to starting that up again.
Connor, what do you got for Coach?
Well, I think I was looking at the schedule from last year and then again this year. I'm like, you guys, obviously you're playing over at Wisconsin Lutheran College. You guys need to get your own field so you get some home games in the first half of his schedule. You pound them all in like May 5th and May 5th through all the way up through the state tournament. You guys are at home, but first half of the schedule's on the road. But this year, looking back at last year, all those losses were one-run games. Now, obviously, Sid great in the circle. You have, her. Do you sometimes just rest on that, hey, if we get one run, maybe two, we'll be all right? But then you run into a good pitcher on the other side, when you play some of the better teams. And now, especially in D1, what do you guys got to do this year to kind of make sure that we can scratch and claw out that 1 or 2-0 victory when it matters?
Well, to just put it basic, we have to hit the ball. Right. And so that's a big focus going into this season. And I think we have the personnel to do it. Is we can't just rely on our defense winning games. Now, defense is super important, but we also need to be able to kind of put the ball in our court and score some runs. And so whoever on our team is going to be able to do that for us, they're going to be in the game. And just let's keep it on our end. Let's score some runs and put the pressure on the other team versus kind of the nail biter right at the end. It's 0-0. Who's going to score first? Like the sectional final last year. So we would like to be in the driver's seat a little more this year.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, that sectional final game, how much do you think the team really grew and learned out of that, moving forward to this year? And then obviously with the addition of some of this freshman class.
Yeah, I personally think, and you guys would probably agree, you learn so much more with losses than you do with wins. Wins are more fun, obviously, but I think it really just set the tone for this season to be, we got to hit the ball. And because there's errors are going to be made, things are going to happen, but if you can score runs, then that doesn't make up for them, but it at least puts you in a better position to not have to just like hold your breath every time the ball comes to you. Like, I can't make a mistake because we can't score runs.
Right.
So that just, I think, just helps set a realistic tone of we can be as good as we want on defense and hold the other team to as few runs as possible, but we have to be able to score too. And I think that just kind of lit a fire under everyone of we got to hit the ball.
A little more extra focus on the tee work and things like that.
Absolutely.
In the first, in the off season, in the first couple of weeks here, getting things going. But yeah, no, that's all great stuff.
Coach, I'm curious, what's the internal competition going to be like? I gotta believe it's going to be kind of fun to watch. I mean, seeing these kids compete for to get on the field because again, I mean, you've got quite a stable of kids coming in as well as the kids you already have. I mean, that's got to be a great position for you to be in as a coach.
Absolutely. It's funny you say competition. Our focus in practice yesterday was basically the whole practice is just a bunch of competitions. And it was just so cool. Like everybody was like, yes, I love that. And so it'll just be, I think it'll help them motivate each other too.
Yeah.
Like then that whole earn's not given. You got to earn the time that you have. But if that's something that you enjoy and that's like how you work to get yourself better is to compete with others. We're in a really good spot to be able to do that with the high level of experience and talent that we have.
Well, I got to tell you, if Wisco softball's a stock, I mean, I'm buying this year for sure, just because, I think if you can give Sid a little breathing room, during these games and, let her make a mistake or two if she has to, I think that's only going to help you guys just immensely. And again, I know this freshman class coming in. I mean, they're winners and they're competitors. And I think, you're really going to enjoy it. And I think that you're really doing a nice job of getting the table set for the next kind of couple of years. What's your sectional look like this year in D1? Who's in your sectional?
Honestly, I haven't looked at it. I don't even know.
I haven't either. So
yeah, I know. I believe Arrowhead's in there, Sussex, Hamilton, and then a lot of the Milwaukee area schools. So it's kind of like what's around us here.
Gotcha.
So.
Well, at least there's no big competition. I mean, just Arrowhead, Sussex, Hamilton. I mean, that's not a big deal. So,
yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it. It should be a lot of fun.
Well, and I think it will be. I think you guys will be a fun team to watch. Be sure to remind your kids to watch on Sunday night at 8:00 for our schedule reveal show, Great. And hopefully you will as well. Coach, I want to wish you and the girls all the success in the world this year. You guys deserve it, and anything we can do to help support you guys, don't hesitate to reach out. But good luck this season. Look forward to watching you guys compete. Gina Verdu, the head coach for Wisconsin Lutheran High School, our special guest, will be back at 1:00 with the head coach of the Germantown Warhawks, Jason Otto. You're watching W7 Softball Media Day live, and it's all for the girls. See you at 1.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Coach.
I assume I don't need to join anything since you put me in the room. Yeah,
You should be a good coach.
I was messing around getting it set up, and all of a sudden, Gary or you must have accepted me, and my camera's probably going all over the place. I couldn't turn it off quick enough.
Yeah, you should be all good. Yeah, I think once it's accepted there.
W7 Live, Hour 3 of W7 Softball Media Day, and we are joined by the head coach of the Germantown Warhawks. It is Jason Otto. Coach, welcome to W7 and welcome to 2024 softball.
How you guys doing?
Great. How are you, Coach?
Long day ahead of you, huh?
Yeah, fun day. You know, it's great to get the chance to kind of kick off the season. That's why we did it for basketball. And it was such a great way to kind of just get things started and start getting those memories back on what happened last year and what we can expect this year. And we're enjoying it. So thanks for taking the time. Appreciate having you.
My pleasure.
Well, let's kick off, Coach, talking about 2023 softball. And you know, I was going through kind of putting your guys' packet together this week, and what struck me is just the sheer number of kids from that 2023 class that are gone this year, including Josie Smith, Haley Williams, Skylar Brill, Leah Hines, Abby Pentic, Kate Partridge, Ava Bradigan, Sarah Nassif, of course, and Taylor Wilson. I mean, that's a lot of kids, Coach, and a lot of talent that exited the program this year.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely graduate 9 seniors, but, you know, we were a big roster last year because we had a lot of good younger kids as well. So we were spent most of the year, 17, 18 kids. You know, obviously the bats of Leah Hines and Skylar and Josie are going to be missed, and Haley and Sarah pitched a lot of innings for us and did a great job. But, you know, I'm super confident in what we returned and what we've kind of brought up a little bit. You know, we had some tough spots too with kids on JV who were, I truly believe our JV team was undefeated last year by a pretty good margin, just because, again, some of the talent down there just got caught in the pure number game. You know, we have the same issue this year a little bit with a couple of freshmen who are just, you know, when you have a team that is going to lead off with 4 Division I kids, you know, how does a freshman jump in front of one of those kids, you know? So it's was a great year. It was fun to coach those girls for one season that I got the opportunity to. And obviously a kid like Sarah, you know, I was her first coach in softball and her last coach, you know, so
yeah,
great leader, great thing. But, you know, on this year's side, you know, our leaders, you know, 3 captains that I don't think I could have picked any better 3 in a combination, you know, with Balzinger coming back. And then I had a kid on JV last year, Kenzie Thomas, who came up at the end of the year, who was just the leader of our JV. And then adding in Emmy Coulter, and it's just like the greatest blend of kids. I mean, I've heard a couple of teams at Burlington coach say they have captain practices. When I have captain practices, they're better than my practices. You know, like I fully assumed last Friday we gave him a captain's practice, and I was like, okay, last 30 minutes they're probably going to play wiffle ball or just goof around in the week on a strong note. 3 minutes before practice was supposed to end, I'm like, okay, we got to stop hitting now. We got to get the cage back up. You know, like it's just. They have a purpose and a goal, and you know, I think that, you know, with the roster that we have this year, we'll be pretty close to being able to achieve it as long as things stay smooth health wise. And you know, it's an exciting year to look forward to. And you know, as you saw some of our non-conference schedule, we're going to challenge ourselves this year. You know,
you know, and you know, talking about the roster, the kids departed, which is a lot of kids. The thing that also stuck out to me is all the kids you got back, and you know, I mean, you know, Kayla Price just committed to Butler. Is that right, Coach? Is that where she's going?
So we'll lead off. You know, we'll lead off with Emmy Coulter, who's you know, either going to be, depending on what we do with Balzinger. Emmy's got multiple Division I offers in front of her right now. Madd's, Maddie's going to Belmont, which honestly was a perfect fit for her and her family, but that kid could have been playing at a Power 5 school any day. Then we'll slide in with Madison Warner, who's the Wisconsin commit as of recently, and Kayla Price is a Butler commit. We get back Allie Pentek, which was Abby's little sister that not a lot of people got to see last year, who was a sophomore, who was, lefty slap. I mean, she was, only played a couple games at conference and still was honorable mention, but she's a future D1 kid, so we have speed, we have power. Last year we had some goals of 30 home runs and 100 stolen bases. I think we finished with 28 home runs and 95 stolen bases or something. So I see that as an easily executable goal again for us this year. I don't think there's many other programs in the state that can say lead off with 4 Division I kids and who are 4 good kids who work just as hard. Also, as far as a team, it's like, it's hard. Part of my challenge is how do I manage these girls? Because ultimately, even on our varsity roster, I have 10 kids who are playing at a national team level, which means they're 12 months a year, as well as some of them are multi-sport athletes, and high school is such a different grind of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's managing them to make sure we don't burn them out, making sure that their arms aren't sore, because as much as our goal is to win a state championship, a lot of the girls that are on my roster have goals of playing college softball, and the schools are coming to watch them during the summer, so I can't burn a kid out and not make them fresh for summer. So we have to kind of manage that a little bit.
How important is it to win a state championship for you guys for the program? Is that an important thing for you guys?
It's the goal. Again, there's a couple of those girls that I just rattled off, the 2025s, that my daughter being one of them. When we started playing softball at 8U, it was the goal. Kind of, let's build, these girls, they want it, you can see it. And, it's obviously tough in the state of Wisconsin to think of that goal, because we have one of the national powerhouses in the state with Kakana, who will get an opportunity to play this year. But a lot of my girls have been battling with those same age Kakana girls since they were young too, and ultimately I'll say most of those girls I just mentioned are better because we've been playing those girls since they were 8 years old. Carla Meredith is pitching like 16U softball when she was 7 years old, But no, it's a huge goal, even though I'm going to make a prediction and tell you that I think they won't be the state champions this year. I'm going to put Watertown on my list. So they're going to be tough to beat. So that's, there's
a lot of Bats kids over there, isn't there?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've moved to a new program, but I mean, that there's a big addition to that team that's a freshman that maybe not a lot of people know about, which is Coach Merkel's son, Bree. I mean, she's going to hit 700. She's going to be on base for Callie Craig, who's a future Power 5 kid.
I love Callie Craig, by the way. Love Callie Craig.
You can't even begin to love her until you coach her. There's just no off switch. It is 100%, 100% of the time. And then you add in Drew, going to Northern Iowa, AJ to Butler. AJ's become such a better pitcher. I mean, I had her when she was 14 years old and wanted to give up pitching. And now here she is going to pitch at a big time D1 school, So they're going to compete. They're going to be tough. And they have a lot of other good things. And Coach Matt coming in there is ultimately the guy who's really produced a lot of those kids at the youth level and then pushed them to get into other programs. And I think he'll mesh well with them. They've had some injuries. Evelyn Rhodes, she got hurt, tore an ACL in fall. Another kid, Jess Postman, they've got some injuries and they'll work through them, but they're going to be tough. I'm going with them as my pick in the early season. It's hard to pick against Kakana. Coach Meredith and Tim will probably not like that, but you got to go for the upside a little bit. But
I'm sure it'll make its way up there. I'll say I'm sure it'll make its way up there to Tim and Carly.
While we're on that, I guess we're going to have to circle back up with you, Coach. Probably. Let's do it on Tuesday, April 30th, because you play Kakana on the 27th and then Watertown on the 29th. So, the midpoint of the season, you'd be able to kind of reassess and see where things are at. But I think it's a good measuring stick for you guys as well on where things, are you where you need to be? What do we have to work on to get back there for a potential rematch in sectionals or at Goodman?
Yeah, and I do believe that we'll be able to compete with schools that have big-time pitchers just purely because of our offensive lineup. The big question will be, can our pitching staff keep us at a number that we can score more than? Kylie Otto's our, main inning varsity returning starter there. But we have Kendall Thomas, who's a senior, who's worked hard, throws the ball hard. Elena Williams, who was a freshman last year, Haley's little sister, kind of was, her and Kendall kind of pitched a lot of JV innings just so I could keep them working towards that. They both did a great job there. Elena's, controls the ball well, moves it well. So again, it's going to be it's a three-headed monster on our pitching staff this year. But I think that we'll be able to, provide enough offensive firepower to make them pitch with a little bit of confidence. So, those would be our things, as far as can we keep the number less than we can score? Because we can score a lot of runs, and again, but when we run into a pitcher like AJ at Watertown or Carly, if we can scratch out 2, 3, 4, can we keep offensive lineups like that underneath that number? So, it's going to be an interesting season. We've definitely, like you said, we brought up Watertown, Kaukauna. I think we're pretty close to finalizing our date with Wisconsin Lutheran, who's going to be a phenomenal team. I mean,
well, yeah, we just got off with Gina talking to her. I mean, they're going to be
Reese
stacked.
is a huge addition. Losing Zana is a big deal. She's a phenomenal player who's just could have been such a big addition. But you have little Sydney Schrader, who's a great number 2 pitcher there, behind Sid or wherever she fits in the mix. So they've added a lot there, and so we're going to hopefully play them. I think April 10th it's going to fit into our schedule. We're going to play Jefferson, who's the 4-headed monster pitching staff.
the Yankee
Aaron
kid,
Kobe,
over there, Ashland.
And then probably got Bradford. I said, we did that to
Bradford.
Hartford.
You'll get Brooklyn Danielson down there as well. Then, so I mean,
or Aubrey,
another stud.
Yeah, Aubrey Strelo committed to Central Michigan. They're definitely a strong team. We played them last year. We play. Who else we got? We have Franklin, which I think should be a pretty good team. But we've got everybody looks at me and like, okay, what are you doing here? Because isn't this ultimately? I look at our 9 non-conference games. I'm going to be happy if we come out 5-4, right? So does that affect our seeding? Our sectional ultimately comes down to what I feel like is us, Cedarburg, in the fall. So you got to beat one or both of them to get to the end goal. Last year, Cassidy got us a little bit. We came out flat, just never got a chance. I'll always tell her it was on me because I had just gotten out of the hospital and I was on pain medication. I told her, because otherwise, for me, this is one of the advantages these girls have, especially our pitchers. I know a lot of the big time hitters on the teams, whether I've coached them or just been around them for a lot of time. So I feel like I give them a good chance to be successful. I told Cass when we run into her this year, I got a good game plan against her. She's on my team, summer team this year, and all winter long. I tell her when I pitch to her, I'm just looking for her weaknesses so she doesn't hit the ball to the park against us. So yeah, no, I'm excited about our non-conference schedule. I know that our pitchers don't look at it that way. They know that they're going to be challenged, but I keep telling them this is the only way we get better. If our end goal is getting to Goodman and we need to win 2 big sectional or 3 big sectional games, we'll be ready for them. And one of those teams is in our conference who, Nemec is her senior year. She's going to be ready to go. They have some good additions. Alex Salier will be a sophomore who's a great hitter, going to probably move over to shortstop for him. Bergie's back as a catcher.
Back too. Yeah.
I don't put many of our 100 stolen base goal against her. I think she got us 2 times last year in big games. And then, a big addition that maybe not a lot of people even know about right now is Bryn Kemp coming back to play softball, who's a longtime travel ball player who will be a nice second pitcher for Kaylee to not have to pitch 400 innings. That's a huge addition for them. And then obviously in our conference, we have Sussex too, and she returns quite a bit. She obviously loses Kylie, as a team leader and the top of the lineup. But there's other kids there that are going to they've been around her. And a kid like Kylie has created an environment and a culture there that those kids work hard, and, she's got her pitchers back and she just returns a lot. And obviously Kaylee as a coach just gets so much out of those kids. I feel like
she's done a nice job over there at Sussex Hamilton.
Yeah, I always feel like I just kind of manage the game and do things, and coaches like her can just take every ounce of talent out of a kid, even if they're, that average level player, and just bring them to another level by her positivity and,
and the kids really buy in. That's such a big thing. I mean, so, but I mean, your guys' conference is tough. I mean, your non-conference is tough. Generally what happens in situations like this is, people ask me, how many Germantown games are you doing? Well, in this case, it's me asking you, Jason, how many Germantown games are we doing this year? Because I'm still waiting on your final answer, so I need that today so we can get our
So
schedule
you'll get
finalized.
my final answer right now. And obviously, unfortunately, we won't talk about it too much. I'm disappointed with not being able to do more of our conference games, but so we've got to
Sure.
work with our non-conference games. But I think all of our non-conference games are going to be games that people want to see.
Yeah.
I just have to go back to this, and like I'll go from 3 to 5, which is glad to do, because honestly we only have so many non-conference games. But
Right.
I got to just think that I remember there was like a Showtime event during the summer, and part of my 5-game stipulation is I think I bet somebody that who was going to win the home run derby. And we just got to coordinate where we're going for steak dinner, because I think I predicted that pretty well, huh?
I think you did. Yeah, I think you did. That's true. You did predict that. That's right.
Hey, you were pretty solid on the fact when Liv struggled there a little bit in the first round, but she
Yeah,
showed
that's
you what she
right.
was capable of.
Connor, you know what he's talking about? The home run contest at the Showtime Sports showcase last year.
I got to plead the fifth on this one because I wasn't there this year.
Oh, you weren't
because
there.
of,
That's right. So I made a statement that was it who was it Price that won it last year, Jason?
No. So I was out of town. Unfortunately, we had just gotten back from California playing at the national tournament, and I said I'll take Liv Fisher and Madison Warner, and you can have
Madison Warner. That's right. Yeah,
and you can have the field. Now, mind you, I had a little inside advantage. I mean,
that's
Liv
right.
Played last softball. I've known her since she's been 8 years old and played for me a bunch of years, and will play for me again next year. But she over last summer hit 28 home runs against top pitching in the country.
And she's a Hartford kid, is that right?
Yeah, we'll play Hartford as well. And again, she started with me at a young age, and the Voss twins that are out there, they have a secret. Everybody's going to come in and think that they're not ready in the pitching staff because they lost Brooke and Kratz. There's probably a kid who plays basketball at Hartford at a pretty high level who at like 12 years old had to make the decision to not play softball anymore. But now that she's committed, I'm pretty confident you're going to see a Minnesota commit on the pitching mound for Hartford, if you ask me.
Really? McKenna? Really?
I'm going to go with it. I'm going to put that out on the thing because, believe me, when she was 10, 11, 12, she was a dominant presence on the mound. And she's just one of those kids I think can grab the ball and throw the ball 55 to 60 again.
So Coach Otto's talking about McKenna Christian from Hartford, who just recently committed to Minnesota for women's basketball. I don't know if Dawn will let her play softball.
Hey, I'm going to go out on the limb, and maybe she'll be a little bit more controlled. But
I'd
think
love to see that.
Hartford's another team that's just going to attempt to outslug people because they don't necessarily have those, true number one pitchers. But you'll look at a lot of my non-conference games, and I'm okay playing them. And we play West Bend West. Almost, I can name 10 kids on those two teams that I've coached in the years past. West Bend West too. I'm going to tell. We made a bad pitch to Ava, who's on my team this summer as well, but she hit about 400 feet against us last year. But I know how to pitch her, and Mia Busky, and we play West Bend West, and it's enjoyable to see those kids on that level that have started with me at young ages. But yeah, I mean that's West Bend West is going to have a great season too, especially with the senior leadership that they have there.
Ava Thalen's pretty good.
Yeah, and Mia Busky's pretty good. Paige Guzzi's pretty good.
Mac is pretty good too. You got quite a crew over there, so we're going to see them as well. Well, hey, Coach. So it looks like 5 games, which I mentioned last night. If you do 5, we're going to throw in one free, so it's going to be 6 Germantown games this year. Then, Coach, you and I get together, figure out where I'm going to take you out for that steak dinner from the home run derby last year. Hey, thanks for making the time. And I know we talked a lot of Germantown, but I really enjoyed just the conversation, talking about other teams as well and other kids. I appreciate that. And thanks for all your support at W7, and looking forward to seeing you this season.
All right, have a great day, guys.
Jason Otto, the head coach for the Germantown Warhawks, has been our special guest. We will be back in about 3 minutes with our next one, and our next one is Troy Olson from Grantsburg. We're going to have fun with Coach Olson. Stay tuned. You're watching W7 Softball Media Day live, and it's always, always, always for the girls. We'll be right back.
Hello? Yeah, I'm here. Okay. I wasn't sure if I was there or not. Hey, that's understandable. Guy can't work without lunch.
We get going back to back.
Hey, you guys got a busy day.
All right.
Lunch, schmunch. Who needs lunch? We got softball. W7 Live Softball Media Day rolls on. And joining us, the coach from Grantsburg, Troy Olson. Coach, welcome to W7.
Thanks, Gary.
Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. And let me get a couple things squared away here, and we'll get started. How's the snow out there, by the way?
So far, we only got about an inch.
Oh, you guys escaped it, huh? We're at about 4 and counting right now.
You guys can have it.
Well, a couple things. First of all, for our viewers, you probably know Grantsburg is quite a bit west of our typical footprint, but a couple things happened in the last year. Number one, we got to see them at the state tournament last year in Madison at Goodman Diamond. And then number two, and for me, kind of the bigger thing was I got to really get a chance to meet that freshman class last year at the Legion softball state tournament in DeForest, and got to spend a good amount of time with those kids. And they really, I'll tell you what, Coach, I went back and listened to some of those broadcasts from last year, and we really had a good time with those kids, and they're a lot of fun, and I'm sure they're a lot of fun to coach.
They're an interesting group for sure, Gary.
Talk to me first of all. Let's start with last year a little bit. Great season for you guys. You're trying to go back to back, which is never an easy thing to do as state champs, but 26-4. 10-0 in the Lakeland West, first place. Big wins over Frederick Luck in the regional semifinals, Phillips in the regional finals, Shell Lake sectional semis, Fall Creek. The Crickets always a tough out in the sectional finals, and then lost to a really good Iola Scandinavia team in the state semifinal game. You guys were the number 1, and they were the number 4. Graduates from 2023, Vanessa Wickstrom, Madison Schaefer, Carly Gross, and Renee Tews. Can you talk about that team and really, the accomplishments of that group last year?
Yeah. Obviously in 2022, we had won the state championship, and you hate to talk about repeat, but that was something that was continuously brought up. And we were cruising right along through playoffs, and we just got to Goodman, and we didn't have a bad day. We just didn't have a great day.
Right.
And when you get to Goodman, you better have a great day or someone's going to get you.
Yeah,
Iola's a great team.
Yeah, they are, and they played well. But I think Connor kind of said that. I heard it during the broadcast a couple of times. It's a lot of the little things, right? I mean, the little things can come back and get you in the end. And not to throw shade, because you guys had a fantastic season, and I'll tell you what, you got a really great group of kids. Let's shift gears into 2024. Is it reload for this team, Coach? Is that kind of the motto over there?
We're going to have obviously we graduated 5 kids, and then we had a girl who moved as well. So yeah, we got some holes to fill this year, but we returned 2 really good pitchers. Our catcher, Ruby Ringo, is a sophomore. We've got Megan Schaefer in the outfield, who I believe she was an honorable mention All-State kid last year. We have a lot of really good athletes. We're just young.
Well, I got to see, yeah, you are young, but I'll tell you, I got to see a lot of those young kids last year, and the kids that really stuck out to me were Piper Olson, Jaden Armato, and Ruby Rengo. First of all, for Piper to pitch the number of innings that she did at that state tournament, I'm talking about the Legion state tournament,
Yep.
And you remember, Coach, it was freaking hot, man. It was in the 90s that whole weekend. I mean, it was crazy hot. And for her to play at the level that she played that whole weekend, you guys just ran out of gas at the end. But you only had 9 players. But still, to me, that really just spoke volumes about the character of that group and just the tenacity of that team to get as far as you did. You got all the way to Saturday night at 6 o'clock and just ran out of gas at the end, which is certainly understandable.
Yeah. We ended up missing a few players there for that weekend. And we were debating whether or not to go because we only had 8. And then we had one girl who gave me a call and said, "Hey, I heard you need some players. Is it all right if I come?" And she was an 8th grader. So I said, "Sure, jump on. Let's go."
For sure.
And so we just took off with our 9 and figured we'd do the best we could.
And to talk about Piper a little bit, I just love how much of a competitor she is and just a tremendous athlete and mature for her age. Can you just talk about her a little bit about what she brings to your guys' team and kind of what the ceiling is for this kid the next couple of years?
Well, I mean, she's a 6-foot tall left-handed pitcher who throws pretty hard, and when you put her with our other pitcher, Whitney Myers, who is also a 2-time All-State person, I think we become very tough. Even though, if you look at our roster, we've got 1 senior, 2 juniors, and then we got 13 kids that are sophomores and freshmen. But I think we'll be okay with these 2 pitchers that we got with Ruby behind the plate. A lot's going to depend on these freshmen if they can step up and fill the holes that were vacated by like Renee Tews at shortstop.
Yeah,
that's always a concern. Maddie Schaefer at second base last year was phenomenal for us. And if we can fill those holes, I think we're going to be pretty darn good.
What can we expect out of Big Juicy this year, Coach? I mean, that's the real question that people want answers to. We're talking about Presley Olson.
Well, she's been working out at third base and our backup catcher. But you never know what you're going to get out of her.
That is 100% correct. Coach, what do you guys see? I mean, is the goal every year for this program to get to Goodman Diamond? Is that any different this year? Is that the goal again this year for you guys?
Well, I mean, that's always the end goal for everybody, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. Fair.
I mean, it should be, but yeah, that's always the goal of these kids. We have 3 kids left from that 2022 team: Ashlyn Leonard, Meg Schaefer, Whitney Myers. They would like to make a 3rd trip down there before they graduate. So, we're going to run into some pretty stiff competition at sectionals with Fall Creek, Chippewa Falls, McDonald, and probably Colfax. So I'm thinking that's probably going to be where we run into some issues.
Connor, what do you got for Coach?
Well, you talk about that run just to get to Goodman. I'd have to imagine when you look at that on the onset that whoever comes out of that has got to be a little bit of a favorite to come home with the gold ball just running through that gauntlet. But let's talk about a little bit of the non-conference schedule a little bit. I'm seeing Superior on there, seeing Minahan Academy out of Minnesota. Just trying to continue to challenge the group with a tough non-conference schedule. How important is that for you this year?
Yeah, we really have tried to crank up our non-conference schedule. We've got Superior, who was the D1 runner-up last year to Kakana, and we all know about Kakana. And then we've got Somerset, who they were at state for Division III as well. And, we got Minnehaha Academy. They're a pretty good school in Minnesota there. They're probably more famous for their basketball players. Chet Holmgren came from that school.
Yep, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Suggs. So, I mean, they have athletes there. They seem to get them all the time. I know they've got a really good pitcher who averages about 14 strikeouts a game, so we'll get challenged there. We have Baldwin, Ellsworth, Prescott. All of those are high-caliber teams in northwest Wisconsin. Baldwin's loaded this year, so I wouldn't be surprised if you guys see them in Division II down there this year. So, yeah, I mean, we've got a pretty competitive schedule once we get out of our conference.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
for the most part, our conference is, we got a couple pretty decent teams at the top there with us and Shell Lake. But once you get past Shell Lake, then things get, it's just not quite as competitive.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Coach, I'm looking forward to watching you guys and keep an eye on you guys this year. Obviously, we won't see you, on a W7 broadcast. Bob Rombach does a great job for the We Are Grantsburg network over there. Bob's a good friend of mine, and looking forward to keeping an eye on you guys. And tell all the girls, especially that class from last year, that I expect to see them in Madison. We gotta meet up again and talk some more. So looking forward to that. Have a great season, Coach. We're looking forward to seeing what you guys got in store for us, and wish you and the girls, all the best this year.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Gary. We really appreciate it.
Troy
Absolutely.
Olson.
Good luck, Coach.
Troy Olson from Grantsburg Softball has been our special guest. We'll be back at 1:40 with our next guest. It is Quinn Hines, the head coach at Hortonville. For Connor Boys, for Troy Olson, I'm Gary Whipperman. You've been watching W7 Softball Media Day live on W7. We are for the girls. We'll be right back.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
Good. How you doing?
Good. We finally got you in the right room, and we'll just jump right into it here. Go back to last year a little bit and talk about 17-10 overall and 10-8 in a always competitive FVA. Always feel like fighting an uphill battle with Kakana in there. Not just a state powerhouse, but a national powerhouse. Talk a little bit about how last year wrapped up and thoughts on the early start to this year.
Yeah, last year was a good season for us. We had a lot of players. The year prior, we had 13 seniors. So last year was kind of a year of a lot of youth, a lot of first-time varsity players. They did a really nice job. I mean, finishing with 17 wins, 10 wins in the FVA is good no matter what you have. But for a lot of first-year players, I thought that was a really good season for us. We got better as the year went on last year. Started out a little slow, but towards the end of the season, we beat Oak Creek and Riley Grudzelanek in one of the last weeks of the year. In the regional championship, took Green Bay Preble and Katie Gajdashek. It was 0-0 in the fifth inning in that game, and then we lost that one in the sixth. So as the year went on, we got better, and then a lot of those kids gained experience. And this year, we're really excited about the start to our season.
Absolutely. Talk about Paige Lilly in the circle. Got some other great kids and Bella Dante and stuff. What are we looking for out of them this year? Kind of taking that next step.
Yeah, well, Paige is obviously one of our team leaders, committed to Butler, and she's going to be a huge part of whatever we do offensively, defensively, pitching wise. I know she's a really good pitcher, but she brings a lot of value to us as our shortstop, as our hitter, as our kind of our offensive leader. And she will pitch big innings for us, but we have a lot of depth in the pitching area. I mean, we have Molly Kelly, we have Grace Danoski, who was an all-conference pitcher. Both of them were all-conference in the FVA as pitchers last year. We got Olivia Peters, who is a quality pitcher, and she's going to be in our staff. So we've got 4 pitchers that we feel can be, can start and win against anybody. And I think there's a lot of teams in the state that would love to have 4 pitchers that they can throw out there at any time. And they also play important positions. But then you got Bella Dante, who caught last year, and she was a first-team all-conference catcher. We have a lot of pieces that we feel really good about that play important roles for us, and we're still a fairly young team when you look at the years that we have. Paige and Molly were the only 2 senior starters that started for us when our first game on Tuesday. So we feel really good about our year, but we're also really excited about where our program is headed in the right direction.
Absolutely. Got one game in under your belt already this year. You're able to sneak one in this past Tuesday. One of the few squads able to do that. Headed down to Tennessee here next week. Just highlights of that trip and what you're hoping to accomplish out of that.
Yeah, we actually leave 4 a.m. tomorrow, so we're going to be hitting the road pretty early. Some really good teams down there. We're going to be playing Marysville, Ohio, in one of our games. I think that's Wednesday. They were 1 game away from a state tournament and the toughest division in Ohio. So we're going to get some quality competition down there. But most importantly, our whole program's going down. We're going to get lots of reps. We're going to get lots of practice. We'll have some inter-squad scrimmages with our varsity and our JV. And our depth in our program is at the point where we can play inter-squad games and we can get game situations and they're legitimate game situations. Like, we don't have a huge drop-off with the depth that we have in our program. We're able to put a lot of kids in competitive situations. And that's one of the benefits in our program is we keep anywhere between 18 to 22 kids on the varsity sometimes. And those kids have to constantly compete with each other for playing time. But that just breeds competition in our program, and it builds a lot of depth. And we have a lot of kids that, sometimes that are on our lower levels that we feel really good about, that could be playing at an upper level. But because of the quality of kids that we have, they get time to kind of do it in a low stress environment. And we're just excited to go down there and compete and get better and kind of build and gel as a team a little bit with a lot of new faces. So I think it's going to be a really important and fun week for us.
Have you looked at the forecast down there? They're looking for a little snow, maybe.
We'll get down there. The first couple of days look pretty nice, 70, and then it looks like maybe a little rain in the week. But hey, polar bears are built to play in the snow, right?
Exactly. You talk about just the depth of the program. I know from being there the last couple of years, I always take a look over on the JV diamond or whatever, and they're they're winning games. They're doing everything right, and I don't want to say they're not running up the score, but the scores are convincing. They're just like you said, the depth is just there across the program. Talk about a little bit goals though for this year. Obviously, bowed out into a tough Preble squad last year. Looking to maybe take that next step beyond that, depending on how things shake out with the regional and / sectional seedings.
Yeah, well, it seems the history of Hortonville softball, pitching has always kind of been a staple that they've had. They've always had really good pitchers, and then something that we've been able to count on. And our pitching staff is really deep, and it's really full of quality throwers. And then I really feel good about our defense this year, especially in the first couple weeks of practice. I think we have a chance to be a really special defense. Our outfield is quick, and they've got great arms. Our infielders are really, really rock solid, and they're going to be able to make all the plays. So it's just a matter of refining and continuing to be a little bit better defensively. But, I would argue to say this has an opportunity to be one of the best defensive teams I've ever had in my coaching career. And then one thing we've needed to improve at is offensively, especially against some of those tough pitchers when you're facing, Carly Meredith, you're facing Katie Gajdashek, or you're facing the kid from Nina. I mean, there's so many quality pitchers in our league all the time. And then you can go to conference, there's so many good pitchers. We have to be better against pitchers, especially with movement and off speed. But I do think our offense has a chance to be more dynamic this year. I think we're going to be able to score in different ways than we've had in the past. We're not going to have to rely on just one or two hitters. I think 1 through 9, we're going to be able to put a little more pressure on your defense. And I think that's something we haven't been able to do the last couple of years. But I think that'll be an advantage for us this year, and just being able to consistently try to put more pressure on opposing defenses.
Absolutely. And lastly, before we let you go, I mean, you talked about it. Tough FBA conference. You mentioned, everybody's got solid pitching and hitting up and down the roster, but challenging non-conference schedule as well. When you look at Point and Wisconsin Rapids, throw in a Beaver Dam as well. And I'm not sure if I'm missing anybody else, but there's not an off day for you that I look at. Maybe you're looking forward to a snow day like this to maybe you catch your breath a little bit, but when it gets going, it's going to be full-fledged all the way to the end for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm biased, but I think the FVA is the best conference in the state, top to bottom. I just think every single day you're going to have to play your best. Not only are there really great players in the FVA, but the coaching is top-notch. You're getting the best shot from everybody every single night. And, with the history that Hortonville has, when traditionally we go and play somebody, we're going to see their number one pitcher almost every time that we go in to play them. We're not going to get a night off, and we're not going to get to see a number 2 or a number 3 pitcher. And then we really try to pride ourselves, and we try really hard to schedule tough non-conference games. And I think that makes us better for our conference. That prepares us more for the playoffs. We always go to play Stevens Point. We're going down to play Beaver Dam and Oconomowoc down there. I think those will be better programs. In the past, we've challenged ourselves against Oak Creek the last couple of years when Riley Grudzelanek was pitching down there. So we're always just trying to find really good non-conference games that get us ready for the playoffs. You obviously want to win regular season games, but the number one goal is to be challenged and be battle tested as you get into the playoffs. And I feel like we do the best we can to give our kids that opportunity. And high school sports especially, it should be about playing in big games and playing against the best players and having experiences that are lasting and worthwhile. And that's really what we try to give our kids.
Absolutely. Well, hey, you'll have to tune in on Sunday, wherever you're at in Tennessee. Maybe have a little watch party and see which games W7 is coming to and the Polar Bears make an appearance on. But Quinn, always appreciate you joining us and helping out when you can, and some of the off-season softball events and basketball for that matter. And we'll be back at 2 o'clock as we venture through another softball media day here on W7. For Quinn Hines, I'm Connor Boyce. We'll be back at 2 o'clock You're watching W7, and we are for the girls.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
Pain's a very lonely place. I came to Orthopedic Associates because I had a ruptured disc in my neck. I needed to get it fixed as soon as I could. Life immediately following the procedure was better. I have 3 young boys. I coach their sports. I play their sports with them. So just the joy in life came back. The pain was gone. The entire standard of life became better.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls. W7 Live back here with Coach Van Lander from Ashwaubenon. Where are you at, Coach?
Oh, we are about 2 hours into our Florida trip here. So we have about 22 hours to go left at Ashwaubenon for Cocoa Beach, a little after noon, and ready to roll.
Well, what a beautiful day to leave Wisconsin and head down to Cocoa Beach, leave behind some white snow for a little white sand, huh?
No kidding. We picked it right from Mother Nature, anyways. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Coach, you're not
Coach,
driving, are you?
I'm not driving. No, thanks. They wouldn't want me driving, that's for sure. We're in the good hands with Lamers, and JD and Jerry are taking good care of us.
Good deal. Glad to hear it. Go ahead, Connor.
Coach, I mean, we'll jump right into it and get back to last year. I mean, you had a rambunctious group of sophomores that are now juniors. Have they mellowed out a little bit in their older age, or are they still crazy as ever?
There's a ton of energy. I would tell you that there's definitely maturity coming. Several of them played as freshmen, and we had 6 girls that played as sophomores last year, and 2 that were juniors that saw significant time on that side. So yeah, there's some maturity coming back. Don't be fooled by the age side of things. Between maturity and experience, we're ready.
Absolutely. And, obviously led by Vail Hearth Circle. She's committed to Madison, if I remember correctly. And just talk about her leadership, her presence on the team, and what she brings to your program.
I think she just gives the confidence. She's one of those kids that continues to work hard and by no means has hit her ceiling and continues to get better. Extremely unselfish player on that side, and she's out for the team. It's not about her, but yeah, she definitely gives us the confidence every time she's got the ball in the circle.
Absolutely, and last year, tough matchup in the sectional with Nakana, but one of the teams that played them a little closer than most throughout the course of the year, and a 5-0 setback. It's always tough going up against their pitching and their speed, but lessons learned from that, and potentially how you get over the hump this year with this year's squad.
I think we learned a lot from year to year, but our focus is and always will be on getting better with our group of girls, and not necessarily focused on them and where they're at. So I think that as long as we stay focused on us, we're going to be just fine, and we're going to continue to improve. We learn from the experience, certainly, but every year it's a different puzzle, right? It's a different group of girls, so we're definitely looking forward to this season and the opportunities that lie in front.
Absolutely. Obviously, a big part of this season is that trip to Florida. What are you guys looking to gain from that, other than maybe get some games in the first couple of weeks of the season?
Yeah, this is our 10th year going down, and we believe it provides tremendous opportunity for us, not only on the field but off the field. It brings real value, I guess, on that side. Team camaraderie and certainly the opportunity to get outside and play together and get fly balls instead of being in the gym and certainly playing against some good opponents. Whether we got a couple teams from Ohio or Minnesota, depending on who we're playing, within that year. So definitely good opportunities that we don't get to do back home this week, anyways. And our hope always is that we take that into the season when we get back, and we don't end up coming back and going back in the gym for 3 weeks, right? So, yeah, very excited and for the opportunity, and it's a lot of life things as well when you're coming down. This is something that the girls value, and will remember forever.
Absolutely. Is there like you say, you've been going down there for 10 years. Is there like a staple of the trip? Something. Hey, we all go out to dinner one night, or we're going to the beach one day, or whatever it is. What's the kind of staple of the group that everybody really looks forward to each year?
Each year we do change it up a little bit on that side, but I think, believe it or not, the bus ride down and the bus ride back brings extreme value. There's things that we do, we sit with different people every couple hours and rotate and get to know each other, and some things that you can do on the field, but it's hard to get to spend that much time one-on-one and then even as a group together. So we put extreme value on the travel time in addition to what we get to do on the field.
Love that.
Well, I love it too, especially when you look at it. You say you're, 22-hour journey down and back. That's 2 days essentially, right? That you can either let it go by in the miles, or you can make it pay off for you at the end of the year, especially when those games get tight. You can rely on one another because you've been in the thick of it for a 22-hour bus ride together.
No better way than get to know somebody, right? On that side than 24 hours on the bus and then another 6 days in a hotel as you get down there. But yeah, we do everything as a team trip for sure.
Exactly. Well, I mean, you talked about kind of taking one game at a time, getting better throughout the course of the year. But goals for this group this year. Obviously, everyone always puts, hey, we want to make it to Goodman, whatever. But I know there's little goals along the way too that coaches and captains or staffs you have. What are some of those goals this year that you guys are looking to accomplish?
Well, no different than anybody else. I think we're really trying to build our foundation right now, and that's regardless of how many are coming back, that goes back to fundamentals. And as you're setting goals, we want to make sure we're peaking at the right time and we're playing our best ball at the right time. And you can't do that if you're so results focused. We're very much process focused, and we'll continue to be that way. And a lot of times the results take care of themselves. But from a goal standpoint, we'll set some individual goals and some team goals in order to get there. But then, how do you get there on that side and really break that down and help them understand the process? So it's a lot bigger than just one or two goals on that side. It's a big picture thing for us. Would we love to get to Madison and win a conference? Those things are all down the road. They take care of themselves. We know that on that side. If you do the right things every day, then we'll be able to hit some of those milestones along the way. But those things don't just happen by accident, right? Those happen because you work hard and you earn those things. So that's kind of our mindset right now.
100%. I mean, I agree. I think a lot of people look and they see the big win or winning conference or whatever, but they don't realize it's really won and some of those miles you're logging right now and some of the things you do on the bus and stuff like that. Just talk a little bit about your coaching staff, because I think in our interactions over the last couple of years when we've been out there, the assistant coaches are phenomenal. Everybody out there is phenomenal, but the assistant coaches really stand out and make sure that they know everything about the kids. All the goofy stuff and everything like that. And just talk a little bit about your coaching staff and what they bring to the table for you guys and lead to some of that success.
I think that's everything, right? To help the girls. It's an extremely unselfish group of people that are willing to work together. It's not about them, right? And no different than the players. Our coaches will do anything to help the kids. We've got some tremendous tenure, folks with experience, and we believe strongly in giving coaches the ability to take things over. So I believe strongly in on that side of things. You're in charge of hitting, pitching, fielding, whatever it is. Take ownership in what you do, and that's one of the reasons our staff is as strong as they are, and two, they're just first and foremost tremendous people. I think that's really where it starts, right? So yeah, super cool. Not to mention, I mean, there are folks. I've been here. This is my 11th season now. 10, I guess, become COVID in there, and a lot of us have been together that whole time. So you get to know each other, the ins and the outs, and the good and the bad. But you grow together too.
Absolutely. And then kind of picking back off of that, you guys have got a great complex out there, a ton of youth diamonds and stuff like that. And I mean, there's teams playing. When I drive by, there's teams playing there every night of the week, it seems like. And just talk about the importance of that youth program. And there's kids that are playing on the varsity team now that I umpired out there at those diamonds. And I've watched them umpire games. They were 10, 12, and they were umpiring, the little 6U, 7U. Now, here they are, juniors, seniors, and just the connectedness of everything out there.
Yeah. No, totally agree. We have a tremendous youth program. AGSA supports us in every way. That's our feeder program. We believe strongly in keeping our kids together as long as possible through that program in the summer, working together. And, it affords us the ability to do a lot of the things we normally couldn't do. I mean, we're not the same size school as everybody else on that side. We're getting smaller. We got a lot of kids that play multi-sports, which we want. You know, that betters everybody on that side. So that's just one of the things that allows us to do. But most importantly, when you're done, you got to be able to give back, right? Pay it forward, I guess, probably is the best way to say it. But they understand what the program did for them, and whether it's alumni, whether it's kids that are, you know, currently on the varsity, they understand the importance of representing the program and as well as giving back to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, while you guys are down there in Florida on Sunday, we'll have our schedule review show. I think we're finalizing the schedule. I don't know where Waupun ends up on there a couple of times, perhaps, maybe. But you guys got a little fun time break or whatever on Sunday. Tune in, 8 o'clock. We'll definitely have Schwaben on there at least once, I believe. I don't know. It's hard not to put you on there when I just got to drive about 3 minutes down the road. So
right now, you guys are always welcome. Let us know how the schedule works out. We're super excited for the season. We're very excited. You know, we have some senior leadership that's tremendous that I think really will help us down that path. So I can't wait to get out there. You know, I didn't get a chance to even talk about. We have a 4-year starter at shortstop. Sophia's older sister, right? When you coaching up Zabel girls, you're just gonna make up. But you know, as a 4-year starter, her leadership and some of the things that she's gonna bring to the table. We talked a little on the sophomores. I'm extremely excited to see Sophie and what she's gonna do this year as well. So yeah, you guys are welcome to come. Excited to have you. Thank you for everything you do for high school sports and for softball. Tremendously appreciate it.
Absolutely, Coach. We appreciate you joining us today, taking a few moments out of your time and on your trip down to Florida. And that was Coach Van Lanning from Schwaben Girls Softball on their way down to Florida for a little spring break trip, trading in the white snow for the white beach sand. We'll be back at 1:20 or 2:20. I'm daylight savings time yet here, Gary. We'll be back at 2:20. You've been watching the Softball Coaches Media Day here on W7. And everything we do is always for the girls.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
Pain's a very lonely place. I came to Orthopedic Associates because I had a ruptured disc in my neck. I needed to get it fixed as soon as I could. Life immediately following the procedure was better. I have 3 young boys. I coach their sports. I play their sports with them. So just the joy in life came back. The pain was gone. The entire standard of life became better.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
first ever tryout all outside athlete. And
W7 Live. Softball Media Day rolls on W7. Good afternoon, everyone. Gary Whipperman along with Connor DuBois, covering 19 softball programs today. We're right in the meaty, juicy parts. And our next guest is the head coach at Kenosha Indian Trail. It is Coach Matt Bradley. Coach, welcome to W7.
Oh, thanks for having me. Thanks for covering our sport, obviously.
Well, appreciate you making the time and being here with us today to talk some Indian Trail softball and get this season started. I mean, it doesn't really feel like it. I don't know how you guys are doing snow down there. We've had about 5 inches up here, not where you guys are, but
about the same.
About the same, yeah. They heard out in the west part of the state they only got an inch or two, so I guess we're getting the brunt of it this year. So. Well, Coach, let's start with 2023. 15-10 last year, 7-5 in the Southeast. Good for third place. Wins over Germantown, Waukesha North, Franklin. You beat Racing Horlick Case in the semifinals. Lost to Union Grove in the regional finals. That's a really good Union Grove team. You lose Addie Johnson, Lexus Benori, Kaya Mishmash, and Olivia Spino. So talk about last year, if you would, Coach, and kind of give me your read and a recap of your take on the 2023 season.
Well, we had a good season. I think a lot of people didn't expect us to win half those games. We went to the sectional finals twice in a row in 21 and 22, and we graduated that whole infield and our starting pitcher. But we said we're going to keep expectations the same. We're going to go out there and do the best we can. And we came off that huge 15-inning loss to Oak Creek in the sectional finals to go to state, and we lost that whole team. We kept a few good players, and we just said the expectations are the same. We expect to continue to win it. We expect to compete, expect to win the regional, and then ironically, we got our first win ever against Oak Creek last year. So, we'll finish third in the conference overall on our own behind Oak Creek and Bradford. So. We really, really thought this was a successful season. Obviously, we wanted to get another plaque and have 3 regionals in a row. That was a good Union Grove team. It just wasn't our day that day. So we did lose. You mentioned Addison Johnson. All those seniors were good girls. But the 2 starters, we lost basically our entire outfield with Addison Johnson and Kaya Mismash, who's now tearing it up for Lake Forest. Addison is down in University of Pikeville, NIA in Kentucky. She's doing well, but yeah, it's going to be tough to replace. A lot of run production, 2 lefty slappers. They set the table for us for 3 years, including those 2 runs to the sectional finals. So they're going to be tough to replace.
What are your thoughts, coming into this year with the group you have now? What are you seeing early going, and what kind of gets you excited every day as you watch this team kind of start out and get ready to go for 2024?
I just think bringing back a lot of that experience. That team was pretty much new except for our starting catcher, Alana, and Morgan, our shortstop, who had been with us for those runs, the sectional finals, and both are all-state players last year, all-state and all-state honorable mention. But seeing them take over, seeing some good leadership from our other seniors, all 4 of our seniors have signed to play college ball, led by Alana, who's going to go to Butler. The team's coming together and they have energy. They're focused on what they want to do. And I think they want to get back to the point where we were a couple of years ago. They want to have that experience, maybe take it to another step. So you see that. We saw our young pitching last year when we were starting a freshman and Maddie Mismash and a sophomore, and with Emma Lighthizer. Well, now they're, a junior and sophomore. And that's a big difference in a sophomore and freshman.
Yes.
So we're definitely excited to see them. They've been pitching well. They got their velocity up, good movement. So we're really excited. It's going to be tough to get those run scores, figure out where that's going to be. But we're going to have a good practice tonight. And then hopefully we'll get a little better weather Monday, and we'll open up, with Westosha Central. So we're going to jump right into the fire. We're not going to start off with any warm-up games, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, that's a great program to start off with. Looking at You know what's interesting to me, and I've heard this several times now. This today is how many colleges, out-of-state colleges, are coming in and recruiting Wisconsin kids. I mean, Butler's a great example. Butler's making a living off Wisconsin softball, which is great for us, right? I mean, are you seeing just more interest outside of Wisconsin than what you've seen previously, perhaps?
I would say so. I mean, Wisconsin has really developed a good club system, obviously, and we have some great high school programs. I mean, every conference is tough. And you're starting to see the girls do more national level recruiting. Their recruiting profiles are getting out there. Coaches are seeing them play more. Girls are willing to travel a little bit further to play ball. And there's just a lot of interest in the talent pool here. We're kind of centrally located in the Midwest. So, schools from Illinois, obviously, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Indiana, Michigan. They're all going to take their chances and maybe see a couple kids playing in a Northern Indiana tournament. And, I just think the talent is there, and I think we're pretty ripe to. And our kids are hardy. We're playing in snow and sleet. These are tough kids. So.
Yeah, agree. All great points. Goals this year, Coach, for you guys? I mean, what are some realistic goals that you have, going into this season that you want to accomplish with this crew?
Well, every year we start off with some basic goals is to win each day. Okay, so we want to win the day. We call it the now. Next day, one day. Let's win the day. Win the pitch. Win the at bat. Let's do the small steps and let's figure out that at first. Okay, so let's figure out where we are with our defensive sets tonight. Let's work on that so we're ready to go Monday. And then realistically, obviously, the long-term goals, we always say the same thing. We want to win regional. That's number one. Or yes, number two. The first is we want to be top 3 in conference, which we have been the last 3 years. We want to be a 4 seed or higher in our sectional, top 3 in our conference, and we want to win regional. Then you roll the dice come sectional level. You just who do you play, who has a good day, who gets a break, a break or two, and then go from there. But we want to be top 3 in conference. We want to win the regional.
What do you see in your conference this year, competition-wise? I mean, how's the Southeast look this year for you guys?
Oh, it's going to be I think it's going to be tough as always. There's a little bit of hope because Grantsburg graduated and went to Northwestern.
Right. Everybody had a sigh of relief. And the other one went to Wisconsin Lutheran, so you're good there too.
Yeah, and so they're great, and she's a great kid too.
Yes, yes.
I've definitely voted for her for all conference awards, and she was always very respectful with me. She's a great kid. She deserves it. I want to go watch her play at Northwestern.
Same.
But it's going to be good, right? They're not going to just roll over. So Oak Creek is always going to be good. Bradford, I think, has the best pitcher with Brooklyn. They're the most experienced pitcher.
Yeah, Brooklyn Danielson. Yep, for sure.
So, those two teams are going to be tough. Franklin, I think we beat them in 16 innings once last year. They're going to be good. Tremper always comes to play against us. Case has improved. But I still think we can finish in the top 3 in the conference. I still think our conference is, 2 or 3 of the best teams in the Southeast area. But there's a lot of good teams in our sectional. Then you had Union Grove, you had Central. I don't know if Wilmot is still there, if they've been moved to Division II. I don't know. They're also tough. So there's a lot of good teams there. But I think we'll be competitive. I think we'll be competitive against Oak Creek. I think we'll compete against Bradford. And hopefully pick them off once, maybe get split out of the 2, and finish up there on the top of the conference, see what we can do.
Connor, thoughts? Any questions you got for Coach?
Coach, we're looking at the schedule, and I don't know if it's just a flip from last year or whatever, but you stack those home games up at the beginning of the year, and then just like, hey, if we got to go on the road for sectionals and in state, we might as well start the first week of May and just pack up the bus and head on the road?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just kind of the way it landed. A lot of people like to play us early, and some teams don't mind coming to play us every year. They don't care about traveling because we have turf. So the spring break in the way for most clubs. I wish I was on the road as well sometimes, but that's tough to do. I've done it once. But you lose so many kids, and then you lose a week of decent weather. But we have the turf, so a lot of teams will say, "Hey, we'll come play. Try and get a game in March." Any game you can get into March is almost a bonus.
Yeah.
Then you will be like you guys know, playing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll play 7 games in 6 days. You're wearing your kids down, but
yeah.
That's how it goes. And then we've got we got a doubleheader on a Saturday, and then we got that Cedarburg tournament that we did pretty well in last year with a good win. We had a good win over Oconomowoc, which was a good ball club last year. We lost to Sussex, and we beat Burlington there. So going up to Cedarburg, so you see we got 5 games on the road later in May, which the weather's going to be better, and I'd rather travel with the weather a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Coach, we're about out of time. And anything you want to add? Anything you want to just mention before we break?
Just thanks for having us. Really appreciate you guys getting the word out for softball. I think it's a great game. I think it's the greatest interscholastic sport in Wisconsin. I'm a little biased towards it, obviously, but I appreciate it. Come see the Hawks come out and maybe check us out. We're going to be competitive, and we'll be up in that Cedarburg area. I know that may be a little closer for you guys. That's always a good tournament. And again, just thanks again for giving us an opportunity to share our team and get the word out about girls softball in Wisconsin.
Well, it's our pleasure, and be sure to watch our schedule reveal show Sunday night, 8 o'clock. Matt Bradley, head coach at Kenosha Indian Trail, has been our guest. We'll be back coming up next at 2:40. We'll be back. You're watching Media Day on W7.
Thanks, guys.
W7 Live. Softball Media Day rolls on with the head coach of the Middleton Cardinals. It is Brittany Carl. Coach, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys having me. Look forward to talking all things Middleton softball.
Love it. Love it. Thanks for reaching out. Thrilled to have you on board and representative of the Big 8 conference today in our media day. And let's get right into things. 2023, 18-10 for the Cardinals. 13-7 in the Big 8, good enough for 5th place. Big wins over Sun Prairie West, Menasha, Madison Memorial. You beat Onalaska in the regional semis and then lost to a really, really good Verona team, 4-2 in the regional finals. You only lose one senior, that's Lyndon Boyks from last year. Talk to me, Coach, about let's start with last year. Talk to me about the season as it was last year and what really stands out for you.
Sure. So like you said, the 2023 season, it was a good record, 18-10. We were proud of that. We had some great conference wins, some great non-conference wins. We try to put together a really tough non-conference schedule every year. So it's always a feather in our cap at the end of the year going into sectionals. I think some of the highlights for us were really a couple of our returners, our underclassmen, earning all Big 8 conference accolades. It shows that our future is very strong. We had 2 freshmen come out with all Big 8 conference honors, and Annika Jaffries and Haley Strode. We had a couple more all-conference honors with Megan Button and Mackenzie Zimmerman. All 4 of those athletes are back this year. So it really sets the table for a fun season this year. But that was a big one for us. We play in a tough conference. We know it. We love it. So for us to get 4 kids on that all-conference team, that's awesome for us.
Coach, what excites you most about this year as we get into 2024? Obviously, getting such a large contingent of the team back from last year has got to be really great. But what really is exciting for you to kind of get the season started?
Sure. So looking at our team, and we're a couple weeks into practice now, we are super excited about the depth we have. We've got a bunch of kids who can play different spots. They've played them, whether it's in summer ball, whether it's they're high schoolers that are coming back. They can play them really well. So even if we run into some obstacles, some hurdles, we're confident we can win in a variety of different ways. We can get creative if we have to. And we've got some really good power potential at the plate. I think we bring in a lot of really strong bats. Again, Haley Strode, Mackenzie Zimmerman, those were 2 of our best hitters from last year. We've got some home run threats, and that's really exciting. But we also have a lot up and down the order where anybody can go yard at any time. We've got good speed. We can mix positions really well, and we've got a pitching staff that complements each other really well.
We don't do a ton of Big 8 softball, so we do some with Verona. But give me your read on the conference and competitive wise, and what you guys are up against this year from a Big 8 standpoint.
Sure. Playing in the Big 8, it's a tremendous opportunity, and it's also a tremendous challenge. So you always get some of those great teams, and Sun Prairie East, obviously always a favorite. They have turned out some tremendous athletes.
Is Taylor Baker ever going to graduate? I mean, she feels like she's 26 years old.
You're telling me. I'm ready for her to go. So it's with her senior year, I'm sure she's poised to do big things. She's always a fun competitor. It's cool to go up against her. We embrace that. They're always a favorite. Jamie Olson does a great job with that program.
She sure does.
And then Verona, of course, as you mentioned, that's a sore spot for us. We run into them in the postseason. I think every year I've been a coach at Middleton. So sometimes I think we beat them once, we've lost to them twice, but they're a familiar foe. And it's one that I wouldn't mind not running into in the postseason this year, but they're going to be competitive as well. So it'll be a nice tussle at the top of the Big 8 again.
Well, you'll have no Blombergs to deal with this year that I know of, unless they're sneaking any more
thank
in.
Goodness.
I don't think Larry's got any more in the cabinet to bring out. But Hillary, of course, a fantastic career, as well as Addie both. What's different this year, Coach, for you versus last year? Contrast, what you see differently from this year to last year.
Sure. I think it goes back to that depth and that experience. So we bring back a bulk of our team, that core of starters. They've now played a season together. They know each other. They are able to challenge each other a little more in practice because they know, hey, this is the top end for you. You can go more than that. So that chemistry and that comfort with each other, that goes a long way. Where last year they were getting to know each other, this year we know where we're at, we know who we are, and we can push that boundary a little further. I think that depth too is a big difference. I think our pitching staff, we run a little deeper this year, which will help us. We can give some different looks in some of those longer games where they're very competitive. And we can give some different looks in terms of the lineup. We can shuffle it up a bit, put some kids in different positions, and really stay competitive that way. So that's what we're really excited about.
Can you talk a little more about pitching, Coach? You know, what the staff looks like, and kind of what you're seeing from a pitching standpoint for you guys, without tipping your head too much, of course, but as much as you're comfortable sharing.
Sure. I don't think it'll surprise anyone if I call out the name Megan Button here as our undisputed ace. If you haven't heard that name, you haven't done your homework on the Big Eight. She has had a phenomenal first couple years for us. She's a very cerebral pitcher. She finds little details that she can just really attack. So she'll be kind of anchoring the staff for us this year. And then we bring in 2 other pitchers. Savannah Ressler was our number 2 last year. She was 5-0. She was a great complement to Megan in the circle. She mixes speeds really well. And then we brought up another pitcher in Kylie Clock, who will round out our staff. So it's great to have 3 arms, all of whom are really strong. They can go full complete games if we want them to, or we can run with a closer this year and really mix speeds throughout games. So that's nice for us. It's a nice asset that not everybody has to be able to have
no doubt about
three
it.
pitchers.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're very grateful for that and look forward to seeing how they all work together.
Yeah, that depth that you're talking about is really going to pay dividends, especially. And I think Coach Bradley from Indian Trail just talked about it. You know, when you get these snowouts and rainouts in March, and you're playing 5 games in a row in May to try to close out your season, then you got to get them in postseason. So I think that's really going to be a huge benefit to you guys. What about Annika and Hallie? Well, can you talk about both of those players and really what they bring to your squad and the leadership qualities they have?
Sure. So yeah, Haley Strode last year as a freshman, I think she reached base in 19 to 20 games for us from the leadoff spot. It's in our conference, that is amazing. We face great pitching day in and day out, and the kid just finds a way on base. She's got that energy where she just sets the tone early. That's where it was easy to put her in that leadoff spot. Have her go. She doesn't think too much. No moment's too big. She keeps it simple. She keeps the team very loose. In terms of working with Megan as her catcher, they complement each other really well. They're super fun to watch work together and how they communicate. So I look forward to it. Now, they're only sophomores. So Haley is stepping into only her second year, but she's grown tremendously. And she really kind of commands the team from behind the plate. She sees the game. She sees things that sometimes I don't see, from the sideline or the coach's box, and she'll call them out to me. So it's great to see that from such a young player.
Well, having a coach on the field is always such a great thing, right? I mean, that's such an asset to your team and to your staff.
Mm-hmm. And she has fun playing the game, so it's fun to watch her because she keeps the rest of the girls in it, even in tight games. It's fun. It's a game at the end of the day for her, and I think that vibe just goes throughout kind of who we are.
Fantastic,
so
love that.
She sets that tone, and then Annika Jaffrey's at third base. She came in as a tremendous infielder. She grew quite a bit and was always asking questions. How could she get better? And she became really one of the best, I think, third basemen in the conference. Just the way she fielded, she communicated, her confidence. You look at her, you would never guess she was a freshman last year. We always had her in the heart of the order. So we anticipate her kind of contributing from the 3, 4, 5 spots again. And it's again, they don't act like underclassmen. You would never guess it if you talk to them, if you see them play. And I think that confidence and that trust from their teammates goes a long way. They brought them right in, open arms. They said, "Hey, this is the best way for us to win." These 2 youngsters coming in and making a splash, and that really it sets the table really nicely for this year.
For sure, Connor, what do you got for Coach Carl?
I mean, you talk about the tough Big Eight. I mean, there's a ton of competition there, and then you challenge yourself with some tough non-conferences as well. I mean, there's no off days in the schedule when I go through and look at it. It's kind of funny, Gary. Everybody that we look at, they're trying to get Kakana on the schedule for they're trying to get like an early peak, kind of see like if we see him down the road again. We've already faced them and we know adjustments. I'm just saying, as a W7 North person, it's kind of interesting. Like, I think everybody's trying to gang up on him this year. I feel like,
Brittany, how do you beat him?
If one person can beat him, that's all that matters.
Brittany, how do you beat him? How do you beat him?
Hey, if I can figure that out, I'll let you guys know. But we're excited for our non-conference schedule.
Yeah.
We went out. We intentionally kind of got some really tough games, knowing hey, there's no days off in the Big Eight, so we want to be prepared and battle tested for our conference schedule and for the postseason. So we might as well throw some really tough ones in on some weekends in April and see how we stack up. Let's see what's working, what's not working. So by the time we get to the end of May, we know it. We're smarter for it, and we can go to battle and hopefully into June.
Yeah, absolutely. Then you got this trip to Florida coming up here in next week. What are you guys looking to kind of take away from that? We've talked to a couple of coaches that are headed to Tennessee, Florida, different things. But outside of obviously the gameplay, you get off the diamond and hotels, dinners, whatever. What are you guys looking to get out of that trip?
Sure. Yeah, we're looking to, get to know each other a little more on and off the field. So we've been together a couple weeks, and we brought back a lot of our returners, but we do have some newcomers. So bringing them into the fold, getting to know, hey, how do we communicate? How do we react in adverse situations? What we need from each other in those tougher games on those tough days? Knowing, again, looking at our schedule, we're going to have some tall orders there. So what do we need from each other, and how can we best support each other? It's going to feel like a long season at times. So on the field, it's going to be nice to get them on some dirt, not on the snow that we're looking at outside right now, and figure out some of those little things. So when we come back, we're right back at it April 1st in conference play. So hopefully figure a lot of things out over the next week so we can jump right in.
Fantastic.
Coach, last question. What's going to surprise people about this team of yours this year? What are people going to be surprised by when they see it?
I think they're going to be surprised. We're going to be very consistent. We're going to bring the same game every time, and I think that's a testament to our depth and just, again, the mentality that our captains, our seniors, our upperclassmen bring this year. There's a lot of talk about, hey, what's that next step for Middleton? We've gotten right to the brink every year. We've got that ceiling that we're trying to break through. And this is the first time, I think, in my couple of years here where it's like you can tell it's this palpable. They want to figure it out. They want to solve that puzzle. And so we put a lot more work in on both sides of the ball. I think you'll see a lot more power from us this year. Offensive numbers will get a little better. And hopefully we turn some heads, make some waves. So that's our goal for this year. But I think we've got the right chemistry with this nucleus coming back that's strong and committed, and we'll take it from there.
Well, Coach, we wish you guys all the best, and thanks for your time today and joining us. Brittany Carl, the head coach for Middleton softball, the Cardinals looking to make that next jump in 2024. And be sure to pay attention to our softball schedule reveal show Sunday night, Coach. You never know. We may end up surprised with a trip out to Middleton.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Brittany Carl, Connor boys, thanks for having you guys. We'll be back at 3 o'clock with Tim Dietzen, the head coach at Freedom Softball. You're watching W7.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
Pain's a very lonely place. I came to Orthopedic Associates because I had a ruptured disc in my neck. I needed to get it fixed as soon as I could. Life immediately following the procedure was better. I have 3 young boys. I coach their sports. I play their sports with them. So just the joy in life came back. The pain was gone. The entire standard of life became better.
W7 Live. Welcome back to the W7 Softball Media Day. And our next guest, let's just call him Mr. Dietzen. I mean, he's got 2 gold statuettes probably hanging in his den somewhere. Back-to-back state champs. From the Freedom Irish, it is our buddy Tim Dietzen, head coach. Coach, welcome back to softball and welcome to W7.
Thanks for having me.
You betcha. Great to see you. Appreciate all your support of W7 over the years, and really appreciate you and your kids. And congratulations on back-to-backs. What an accomplishment. And is it getting old yet? I mean, this going to Goodman Diamond every year. Are you getting burned out on it yet?
No chance.
It's a pretty special thing. Connor, I'm going to let you do the lead on this one with Coach Dietzen being up in the Freedom area. It's your neck of the woods.
27-2 last year. Couple of hiccups in the conference schedule, but rallied and got some revenge against Denmark there down the stretch when it mattered. But just quick recap about last year, and then the transition to this year. I mean, you talk about that back-to-back state championships, but a lot of the kids that were part of that have graduated. You bring back some kids in some key positions, but graduate some gamers in Krewalt and Koss, Murphy, as well as Jarmilevich. I'm sure I'm leaving somebody else out too, but I just off the top of my head, those are the names that stick out. And
Warren Scheibe too, Connor.
Yeah, Scheibe. Yep, Warren Scheibe. So you lose those kids from the last couple of years, but reflect on last year a little bit, and then now headed into kind of a new group and looking to blaze their own path here.
Absolutely. With losing those 5 seniors from last year, they were 3-year starters. I mean, showing up to practice was great because they knew exactly what we had to do, what had to be done. They worked hard. They were just a good group of girls to be around because you didn't have to push them too hard because they were already pushing themselves. They made the season a lot of fun, even though we had to break in a new pitcher and a new catcher from the year previous. They really were able to bridge the gap and kind of make that transition pretty easy. I mean, Peyton Vanderloo is one heck of a good pitcher. So we didn't lose that much after the graduation of Bork from the year previous. But, right now, as the season started, I really appreciate those 5 girls now because I know what it's like when they're not around.
Wait a minute. Where do we keep the softballs again? And where's the hitting net?
Well, we got down. It's just, where are my starting infielders? That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, good news is you got a snow day today a little bit, so you got another day inside to maybe square that away before the season officially kicks off. And like all smart coaches in Wisconsin, you wait until the first week of April to schedule a game. No reason to have to make your AD work any harder than they have to with the reschedule in March.
Absolutely.
I mean, talk about this, this upcoming season. You talked about it. Hey, where's my infielders at? Maybe some kids that, obviously there's going to be kids that are going to play this year that might have seen in limited time last year, but who are some of those kids that, you might be leaning on or, that right now might not be a part of the conversation, but will be by the end of the year?
I think we might be a little bit too premature on that conversation yet because we just have so many questions and so many positions to fill. I can't hammer that down yet. I'm really hoping we get some answers quickly here, obviously, because we are getting awfully close to that first game of the year. But with the girls I have returning, I returned 3 outfielders that played significant time last year with Jarmilevich injured a lot last year. So I got Marley Smith, Carrington Klug, and Courtney Miller all returning, and they all seen significant action. So we're really going to be leaning on those 3 to really help our lineup early on in the season until we get some of these young hitters going.
Yeah, well, you talk about it. You want to figure it out quickly because you start the year off with Denmark and Marinette if the weather holds and everything stays as is, and those are always 2 teams that are at the top of the conference with you guys
You know, your non-conference schedule, tough, challenged as always. You sprinkle in Ashwaubenon, West of Pere. You get a New London game in there.
Kimberly.
Just always, yeah, Kimberly just stacked as always. Talk about the importance of that, kind of balancing out the conference schedule.
Well, we look at that non-conference schedule. We want to play somebody, you know, who's going to play a little bit different style than us, maybe a little bit more aggressive, like the FEA softball. You know, it's just faster than what we're usually seeing in our conference. I mean, don't get me wrong, Marinette, Denmark, and Casco, they really bring it. But to go and see somebody completely different really helps us because we can't really prepare for that. We just have to react. And like I always told our girls, you know, we're looking to get punched in the nose in our non-conference schedule. So we just try to get the best competition and quality opponents that'll take us.
Yeah. I mean, you know, yeah, you mentioned about it. There's no knock on Denmark or Marinette or even the rest of the conference for that matter. But we really saw it. I really saw it sitting at state last year for all 20 games. And as you go throughout, especially championship Saturday, you work your way up the divisions. It's like, okay, this is a big jump. Even when you go from 5 to 2 to 1 on that Friday, it's like, okay, yeah, this is a whole another level. And, you know, you might go watch a game here or there of, you know, a Kimberly, Nina, and whatever, and you see it one time. But when you see it contrasted back to back, it's definitely different. And like you said, play some different out of conference, different brands of softball, so to speak. You know,
right.
A lot of questions left to be answered, but, you know, maybe small goals for you guys to check off this year as you head throughout the season.
Well, big picture, I'd really like to have our team be just healthy. Last year was a constant shuffle because we were missing girls. I would have more girls in the training room at night when we'd go down to lift weights than I'd have in the weight room working yet. So I'm just hoping that we get some good health this year. So it helps me make a lineup out a little easier and a lot less stressful than it was last year. But I'm not complaining. The girls I all got, they're going to work hard for me. So it's just a matter of them being healthy enough and being able to get in the lineup.
Coach, one of the things I talked to Peyton Vandeloo between the semifinal and final game last year, and asked her how she was doing, and the word that came to mind was overwhelmed. I mean, there was a lot to process and a lot going on, and you know, I got to tell you, I was so impressed with how she played that entire weekend and just how she kept her composure. You know, having her back in the circle, and then Klug I thought played exceptionally well in the state tournament, and Marley and Courtney as well. That's probably got to help you sleep a little better at night, having her on the circle and having those three in the outfield. It's just a matter of figuring out your infield, I assume.
Oh, absolutely. If Peyton Vandeloo's healthy, she's one of the better pitchers around, I feel. I mean, she can really spin the ball. But the main thing is her being healthy. So, again, if we can keep her good, I think we're going to be okay. She's going to keep us in games until our offense can figure out, how to score runs. And as long as our defense can make the routine plays in the infield, I think she's going to give us a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I like her. I like the squad. I like the kids, from last year. Obviously, it's hard to replace that many seniors, but that's kind of the nature of the beast, unfortunately. Conference-wise, can you talk about your conference just a little bit, Coach? Just the Northeast and what you can expect to see in the conference this year.
Well, as always, I would expect that Luxembourg Casco is going to be tough. Denmark's going to be good. Marinette's going to be very senior laden, very upperclassmen. They're coached well. So I really anticipate those three would be the favorites at this point, would be my opinion. O'Connell Falls made a nice jump last year. I thought they were much more competitive at the end of the year. You got to go through them all. So we're just going to prepare the best we can and hope our bats are going for us by then.
Hey, one last question for you. Can you give me your read on Waupun last year in that sectional final when you guys played them? What was your take on those guys?
They got some talent. Last year they were a little bit young.
Yeah.
I think they were just maybe a little bit overwhelmed. I don't think they had seen a pitcher quite like Peyton in their previous games or during the course of the year. I don't know that, but that's just kind of what we took away from the game. Again, Peyton had a great 4 or 5 game stretch to get us to where we were last year. So I think they returned quite a few of their younger talent that was big in their lineup. So I think they're going to be a decent team this year again. Yeah.
Yeah, Connor, back to you. Those were my questions for Coach.
Yeah, no, I kind of want to piggyback off of that kind of Freedom Waupun matchup last year. You talked about overwhelmed too, and just I know the Freedom community and the tremendous support that they show. I mean, that game was just down the road for you guys at Seymour.
Yeah.
So you know, once you get in that atmosphere, there's probably more fans there for that game than there might have been at State. Once you get in that game and things start rolling one way or the other, it could be a emotional roller coaster for either team. Just talk a little bit about the community support over the last kind of 2 years and how great it's been.
It has been great. I mean, especially 2 years ago when we made our first run, I mean, people were so excited to have a good team and have that opportunity. We brought a lot of people to the ballpark that I haven't seen in years.
Mm-hmm.
It was really neat to see those people again, and the text messages that were exchanged after the games and such like that. And like you said, both times we were able to we were able to have that sectional final just down the road from us in Seymour. So it was really cool. You look out in the outfield fences and all the younger teams are sitting, the younger girls are all sitting together in uniform, watching and cheering for us. It was really cool.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know, for whatever reason, Coach, there's like certain pockets or certain programs around here that sometimes I feel are too close, and for whatever reason they get overlooked on the old softball schedule, and for whatever reason, or basketball schedule, and I just haven't been able to make a trip out to the Freedom the last couple of years. Hopefully, I make a change here, finalizing the schedule here, and find that out, I guess, on Sunday night when we have our schedule reveal show. But hopefully, make it out to the old VFW, and
we'd love to have you.
Get to see you guys and action. Love to see you before I have to, do a radio call of your team at State. Like,
right.
It makes no sense to me. Hey, let's drive 2.5 hours to Goodman Diamond so we can call this game when you're 25 minutes from me.
Yeah.
But
we'd love to give you that hassle again, but we got a long way to go before we're there.
No, well, hey, we'll try to catch up at some point in time over the season out there at the VFW Park. If not, we'll rendezvous at the end of the season.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks for having me, guys.
Tim Dietzen, head coach for the Freedom Irish back-to-back state champions, looking for a three-peat in 24. Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. We'll be back. Matt Miracle from Watertown coming up next. You're watching W7 Softball Media Day. As always, it's for the girls.
Jolly Good Soda. We put the pop in Wisconsin.
Pain's a very lonely place. I came to Orthopedic Associates because I had a ruptured disc in my neck. I needed to get it fixed as soon as I could. Life immediately following the procedure was better. I have 3 young boys, I coach their sports, I play their sports with them, so just the joy in life came back. The pain was gone. The entire standard of life became better.
You got me?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
Coach, gotcha. I gotcha.
I must have done something wrong there.
Hang on one second.
Yep. We're doing good. How are you guys doing?
Living the dream, my friend. Living the dream.
That's my line.
All right, let's see. Let me get you added in here, and let's get this party started. W7 Live. Softball Media Day rolls on with the head coach of Watertown Goslings, Matt Miracle. Matt, Coach, welcome to W7 Softball Media Day.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Well, you're far from a rookie, so I'm not going to call you a rookie coach. You've been around the block once or twice, and new leadership with Coach Jansen retiring last year, and I got a surprise for you. Coach Patty texted me the other night and said, "Hey, I may happen to be in Watertown in the middle of April. If you're in Watertown, maybe we'd get together and call a little Watertown softball." And I said, "Well, I'll have to check our schedule, but that could be arranged. We may have to do that, and we're going to expect some initiation and some hazing for you, Coach. If I can get Coach Patty back for that."
I talked to her. I talked to. I got some interference here or something.
You may want to jump out and jump right back in again. Sometimes that helps it. I tell you guys, this technology stuff, I'm more surprised when it works than when it doesn't these days. We'll get Coach back in here and give her another whirl. We got Coach Mailer in the bullpen from Waukesha North. He's already warming up, getting all of his coach speak ready for our conversation with Waukesha North at 3:40. So hang tight. We'll get Coach back in here. By the way, our schedule reveal show is this Sunday at 8 o'clock, Sunday night. There he is. All right, Coach, can you hear me and see me all right?
I got something going on here on my end. I totally apologize.
No, I can hear you fine. I can see you fine. You may want to, I don't know if you have anything going on in the background.
I hear like cat. I'm sorry, I got like a lot of interference.
We have to get one of your kids over there to give you some support from the tech standpoint. Where's AJ at? Get AJ over there.
Do I have somebody else's microphone going or something?
No, I think it's all you. Do you have the show going in the background at all, like on another phone or another device or anything?
I don't.
Okay.
All right.
Let me look here. Hang on one second. Let me check something. Any better? How about now? Coach, could you hear me yet? No?
I got you, but I got somebody talking about Germantown coach and stuff like that. I don't know how I can. Do I have your partner on somehow?
I don't think so. Connor, you're not on. I know that. You don't have another window open with the show going, do you, at all? Coach, I'm going to get back to you. Let's try this offline. I'm going to call you back. Can we talk at 5 o'clock?
I'm sorry, what?
Can we talk at 5 o'clock? We'll try this offline and see if we can get it going again. Okay, perfect. Let's do that. Coach, I'll bring Coach Jimmy in here. Coach, you in here?
Coach East is going to be good this year. Oh, I think I might be up soon.
All right, Coach, you on? Coach Mueller, is that you? You on here?
Yeah. You're gonna have to. Thanks.
Coach, can you hear me? All right, we're having all kinds of tech issues here. Bear with me, you guys. I tell you what. I used to get upset about this kind of stuff, but now it's just like, hey, you know, if it doesn't work, we'll have to keep working with it until it does. Coach, you got me? Now he can't hear me. I don't know why that would be. All right, you guys, I'll be back. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
All right, Coach, can you hear me?
Just make sure you tell everybody as they come in. I'm not on yet though, so. No, they use there's some of the video chat